Hey yo, 6-0.
Lodestar Esports now coming over to this bear, and the Volibear seems to be first to be going in with the ultimate. Sejuani ultimate missing the backline completely. MF ult coming down, taking down only the Volibear with the Vi ult in the backline on the ADCs. The jungler's gonna go down. Be a triple kill for the way, maybe even going for a quadra. Hello everybody, welcome to the first ever Lodestar Esports broadcast. I am joined here today by Emily, and we will be casting the start of the SOL season between Leo Esports and Carolina.
Hello everyone, it is wonderful to be here, and thank you everyone for tuning in. We've got some exciting games lined up for our first two games. As Kara had highlighted, we've got K5 versus Leo Esports in Division 1. This is gonna be exciting, this is a banger.
Yeah, and just looking at the OP.GGs of the teams, it's already kind of crazy just looking at them. One team, I mean, first of all, really high elo, right? We have basically the average, I think, is 300 OP masters, right? So this is gonna be an absolute banger. It might be even higher. I think I'm understating it. And if we just go through, you know, some of the OP.GGs for now, it's some standout people, I think. Emily, you wanna elaborate on that?
Yeah, interesting actually. I'm gonna start with the K5 team here. We've got Citron as the jungler for K5, who is the champion of SOL from their last split, which is very impressive, and there's a lot of other well-known players on their team as well. Sander, the support for K5, is a name that pops out to me as someone that I'm aware of. And highlighting it as well, we've got some interesting champion picks. We've got a bit of a Jinx one trick for Leo Esports, so we're gonna have to see whether that's banned out or not.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned Sander. I remember, I think, playing versus back in the days of Leagues.gg when we still played that. That was the kind of the beginning of, you know, esports career, kind of career, if you want to call it. But a lot of well-known people, Icy Rick as well, as you just mentioned, and a couple of GMs on the side of Carolina now.
Yeah, it's a high-elo game for sure. It's gonna be really exciting to see how this plays out on the Rift. We are on the new patch. We're on 14.16, which there's no leagues playing on 14.16 at the moment. And what do you think of the patch, Carrot? What do you think we might see?
I think, obviously, the most obvious thing to everyone is Senna. I think Senna has just had a complete shift in the way that people play her. They changed basically everything. Removed some of the attack speed, removed some of the crit, and added a lot of AP ratio, so she synergizes better with some support items. And one thing that I feel about the Senna that is just not getting talked about enough is the fact that her souls give a lot of gold, right? And that's a big factor when you're buying items like Helia and buying items like Moonstone. You know, before you would go, I think you would go Eclipse, right? Usually. That item is very expensive, especially for a support. And now just looking at the fact that you're going 2.5k items at most, it's actually a big amount of gold that you're getting from the souls, which means that you get stronger faster, and just overall the champ is just crazy, right? We've seen the win rate just skyrocket ever since the patch came out. I believe it's at around 54% right now in solo queue. So I think that's gonna be like one of the top most contested picks. And then the mid lane changes. You wanna elaborate on that a bit? The mid lane changes.
Yeah, mid lane changes. We've seen Riot continuously trying to get rid of the AD mid laners, the AD carries in the mid lane that we're seeing so prevalent in pro play. We saw Doran's Blade nerfed. We've seen Fleet Footwork nerfed. Absorbed Life has been nerfed. And now AP mages, traditional AP mages like Azir, like Syndra, like Orianna, they've all gotten buffs. We also see champions like Silas getting buffs, and we're gonna have to see how teams adapt. We've only been on this patch for about 5 or 6 days now, and I think that is worth highlighting, Carrot. Like you said, with the Senna pick, I wonder if teams have had enough time to prepare it as a pick, or are teams just gonna turn back to what they know for the first game of the split?
Yeah, that's a very good point, right? Senna, being as strong as she is kind of the opposite of what's being played in the meta right now. Right now, all the meta supports are, Rel, Alistair, stuff like that, engage champs, engage heavy comps. And Senna is kind of the exact opposite of that. And in some sense, right, it's kind of a counter to what people are doing right now. But in another sense, is if you don't play it enough, you don't really know what to do, right? Senna kind of struggles into very hard engage comps. She has to kind of stand still and hit, and it's gonna be interesting to see. But one last thing that I want to mention, or a couple last things, is the death timers. Death timers got increased 4 seconds, and the home guards got increased by 2 seconds, I believe. So that's gonna be a big change, probably for just picks in general. No, it's it's gonna impact how people play lanes.
Yeah, definitely. Deaths right now in the early game are more punishing. We saw a lot of complaints from the community as a whole that the deaths in the early game weren't punishable enough. And now the death timer shifted up. Maybe we see a little bit more aggression. It would be really cool. Maybe we could see some assassin picks, but I kind of doubt that, but I'm hoping.
Yeah, I'm hoping as well. Some Ignite laners finally. I know everyone has been up in arms about Ignite being just objectively worse than TP, right? You get a kill with Ignite and the person TP's back and freezes the wave and you just can't play the game. That has to be at least a bit better now, I would guess. I don't know how the death timers were before the revert or before the lowering of the death timers, but I think they're about in line with what they were before. So definitely maybe even seeing, some mid lane mages like a Sinjo with Ignite, or maybe in a Zero or Katarina, strong laners. Silas, I think it's worth pointing out as well. Just how strong that champion is right now. We've been trying it a bit with our own team, and I mean, he isn't a one-shot assassin anymore, but he works as a bruiser pretty well, almost unkillable in most fights. Just the damage is a bit lower.
There are some other smaller changes in this patch. We see things like the small changes to the Wukong just getting a little bit shift up in the numbers. And Wukong is a champion that traditionally has seen a lot of play in competitive play. That ultimate, he's so safe in lane, he can jungle, and it's just a very fun champion to see with that ult spinning around the team fight, the chaos caused by the clone. And yeah, I'm hoping that we might see picks like Wukong, but looking at the players that we have, I have a feeling that we might see a Renekton, maybe a Misfortune. I feel like those are the kinds of picks that we're gonna see.
Yeah, just standard based on, Renekton, just the classic. I feel like that champ is good in almost every single meta except where there's like one counter against him that is, super, super strong. But yeah, like you said, Renekton being the regular in most of the drafts all over the world. I think, based on the jungle from Leo Esports, we can see a lot of Talia and Ivern being played here, and those picks are very strong as of right now. Talia did get nerfed a bit, but still very playable, a very strong pickup, especially since it's flexible. You can flex it mid, you can flex it jungle. I've even seen it flexed bot lane, although I don't think it's that good bot lane, but we'll see. A lot of interesting champions here to look out for.
Yeah, and I think while the meta has changed, I think some things haven't changed. We've seen AP junglers shifting a little bit out of the meta, and I think with the changes to the AD mid laners, that is going to be intensified further. But still, the biggest nerfs for champions like Brand and Lilia haven't come down yet. So we might still see AP junglers. AD mid laners like Yasuo, Yoni, those champions still very strong, traditionally always very strong. And we might still see that, but it's going to see how teams adapt to this patch. And I just want to highlight one thing, Carrot. While we're waiting to get into the lobby, I think you know what, you might know where I'm going, but we are doing a giveaway if you want to tell people about that.
Yes, sir. Right now, we are doing a giveaway, a double giveaway, in fact, on Twitter and on our Twitch. All you have to do for the Twitter giveaway, it's two separate giveaways, first of all, right? The first one is on Twitter. You have to like, retweet, follow at Lodestar Esports on Twitter, and you will be automatically put in the giveaway for the Twitter part. And then if you want to double your chances, if you want to, have a bit of a higher chance to maybe win even both, that's not excluded, but, chances are low. But they're higher if you go for both, obviously. We have a giveaway on our Twitch as well, and we will be giving it away between third and fourth game. So that will be Carolina Black versus CD Retirement Home. That'll be going down at 21:20. We will be giving it away to a lucky viewer in the Twitch chat.
Yes, indeed. We're excited to give something back to community. Being part of this community for a while, some of us have played in SOL, some of us have casted games previously, coached, managed teams, and we're just glad to be able to provide something to the community. Right now, we are just waiting to get into the lobby, waiting for the teams, and we'll hopefully get into this game and get a draft going very soon.
Yeah, just waiting for that one invite from some of the players, and then we're gonna be slowly getting into the game. But until then, let's talk a bit about draft. I see the chat. Someone in chat is already talking about a bit with the R1 Leona, R2 MF, R3 Orn, R5 Brand, and R5 Yone. What do you think of that, Emily?
I
What's
mean,
the take on
I
that?
can see it. That's a draft. I'm pretty sure I've watched a game in LCK or LPL where they've played very similar to that. Not 100% sure on the Arn at the moment. Maybe more of a bruiser in the top lane, but the rest of the picks, I can get behind. Leona right now, as strong as ever. She's got the ultimate, the aftershock, the W. It's almost impossible to kill her. She goes in with the sudden impact, I believe, or the cheap shot, and does more damage. It's a very unfair pick at the moment, and there's few counters to it at the moment. We're seeing picks like Rel, Nautilus, Alistar, especially in leagues like LPL. We're seeing basically Leona versus Rel every single game.
Yeah, and that's after the Leona nerf. So Leona got a big nerf. I think two or three patches ago. Leona got gutted in my eyes. She got really nerfed. Her W lost a lot of damage, which is her main damage tool in my eyes, and her passive as well got nerfed a lot. But seeing that she's still in the meta, I think that champion is just extremely strong.
Yeah, definitely. And I think a couple of picks also in the bot lane. That Misfortune is a champion that's been seeing a lot of play recently. She's got that Bloodthirster Infinity Edge build where she just does so much damage.
Yeah, the Bloodthirster build is, I think there's a kind of two parts to that build, right? One of them is damage, it's just a big burst of AD, as you just mentioned, and the other is just the amount of sustain you get. It's almost impossible to get you out of lane once you get a BF sword and a Vamp Scepter. It's very hard, very hard to get you out of that lane, and just scaling up with your damage later on in the game. I don't know what the build is after that. I believe it's probably a collector and an Infinity Edge. So just having that big burst of AD, especially on MF when she has a lot of these scalings with the passive, just those first auto attacks hurt so much, along with the ultimate in the team fights being so incredibly strong. It's just a very potent pick.
Yeah, definitely. Such a strong pick. If she can get that ultimate down in the team fight, even if she's not hitting too many people with it, it creates so much space in the team fight for her team to play. But there is a pick card I want to highlight here looking at the teams. Flawless Meadow, the jungler for Leo Esports. His second most played champion right now in solo queue is Ivern with an 82% win rate.
Yeah, that Ivern, I mentioned it before. I didn't actually notice the 82% win rate. I saw the red, but goddamn, 82% win rate with a 9.0 KDA. I've seen some Ivern recently, and it seems pretty strong, honestly, especially in certain matchups. I don't know too much about Ivern, but I've seen it just be so incredibly strong when it's picked at the right moment. And based on the fact that their top laner plays Yone, that might be a point of contention. Maybe Leo Esports take the Yone away from Yasuo Victim on the side of Carolina. They put it top lane. They get a Jinx in, if that's possible. And putting an Ivern in, Ivern Yone topside, that's a crazy duo with a ton of damage. And the Yone just basically becomes unkillable.
Yeah, I'm quietly hoping here that we might get to see an Ivern. It's a pick that we don't get to see too often, but it's kind of a pick that's strange because in one hand it doesn't really do anything, but in the other hand it does so much. It's one of those weird sort of niche picks.
Yeah, it's a jungle enchanter, right? It's just that's how it is, kind of. In general, enchanters right now, I think they have a relatively hard time playing the game. But I feel like Ivern is just one of those champs that it's a bit different, right? You don't really think of Ivern the same as you think of a Lulu, right? Even though they kind of do the same thing, but Ivern just has the Daisy to give so much more presence in the team fight, just adding so much, and it's almost like having another person on your team with that Daisy.
I could definitely agree. The Daisy's so strong, and we have seen sometimes. I remember a little while ago. I don't know if they're still doing it. The Iverns were running press the attack because Daisy can proc
Yeah.
on hit effects, which is it's quite funny to see that happening. Daisy just running after people, chopping them up in the streets.
Yeah, I mean the amount of times I've gotten beat up completely in a team fight by Daisy, or I'm trying to peel my ADC and the Daisy just does not care about me and just kills my ADC is innumerable times that's happened.
Yeah,
So definitely, if your jungler is as proficient as Flawless Meadow is on this Ivern, inevitably, then I think you have a pick.
but I think at the same time we can't write Citron off for K5 either. SOL winner. He also plays Ivern, Gwen, Brand. He's got some interesting picks in there as well. The Gwen pick is something that we don't see often. I think she is fairly strong as a jungler, but she's been largely ignored as an AP jungler.
Yeah, the Gwen, right?
Yeah, the Gwen indeed.
Yeah, I don't know about Gwen jungle. I've never been convinced with that champion. It's just the way I see the jungle. It lacks any sort of playmaking, really, right? But I feel like in a sense, it's kind of like a Belveth, right? It's your scaling jungle pick. It's if you let this jungler outpace you in farm multiple clears over, you can't play the game. And that's just the strength of it, right? But I feel like it does lack some of that skirmish power that you would get with a Xin Zhao or maybe a Poppy or an Olaf even Xin Zhao Viego. It does lack a lot of that, but just just the power it gives you at 2-3 items is insane.
Very true. I have to agree with that. But I think the Gwen is quite interested in the space that she can create within the team fights with the W. Gwen is immune. The common meme. It can be very annoying to play against.
Yeah, of course, especially when you have very skill shot dependent teams, right? If you have like an Ezreal or a Nautilus, some champs just can't play into Gwen, and it's really horrible if you get countered like that by a Gwen because you just can't do anything. Other champs, right? Like maybe a Rel or something similar to that, where they're not dependent on range at all. Those champs have a bit of an easier time.
Yeah, definitely. But I think some of the picks that we're seeing on the other team for the champions that they play, champions like the Jinx or the Talia or the Orianna, that they're not gonna have the best of time into the Gwen if it comes out.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of the draft that we have been speaking about for a while now, we are in lobby as we speak. And it seems like I don't speak Swedish. First of all, I'm going to make this clear. So I don't know what they're talking about, but I think, just guessing. Oh, we just got an R draft in the chat. So it seems like we're going to be going into the draft pretty soon. I would be guessing about a minute or so just to make sure that both teams are ready.
Indeed, and hopefully we get into that soon. Gonna have to see what the teams come out with. We have been waiting a while, and hopefully they can reward us with something exciting.
Yeah, I'm really really excited to see it. It seems like we have a very slight delay on the draft. We're gonna have to wait just a bit more. So please hang on with us. I think it's gonna be about 5 minutes. Yeah, about 5 minutes, I think.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to wait for a short while, a couple of delays. I think we might see the bans coming down soon, 5 minutes or so. And it's gonna be interesting to see, are the teams gonna prioritize banning out those conflicts, or are they prioritize banning out the strong meta picks? Because that's always the conundrum in competitive play, especially below the sort of like LEC level.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Sorry, I'm just looking at the draft now, just communicating with the teams as we speak. Okay, everything is locked in. Just going to update everyone. Everything is locked in. We are just waiting. We are just waiting for the teams to confirm. There's a bit of a delay, and the moment we get it, the draft pop up on the screen, we'll start going through it.
Yeah, we're kind of out of the time here. We keep talking about the champions. There's only so much we can say, unfortunately. For the champions here, we might not have talked about this year.
Champions that we haven't talked about. We've talked about so many. Wait, I have to look at it again. The Rakan Blitzcrank on the side of Lyrax from Leo, right? A bit of kind of wildcard champions in some sense. We do see, wildcard champions, as I mentioned, along with the Nami. I just saw the Nami right now. So these champs are a bit out of the meta, but if your player is the GOAT on these champions, it just might be worth it.
Something I want to bring up that I've been seeing a little bit, and it might be a bit of a meme, but we do have a Yasuo player, and I've seen a little bit that's AP Yasuo is on rise. Nashor's Tooth Yasuo in the top lane. Quid over in NA has been playing it, and I don't know if it's a complete meme. Maybe it's real, maybe it's not.
I mean, I've seen the Yasuo e-buffs, so the e-buffs might be warranting a Nashor's Tooth. I don't actually know, but it is a chance. I don't know what the scaling is on the Yasuo E, but I know it ramps up the more ease you get. Right, it's like a stacking system.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, maybe the Nashor's Tooth is enough damage to actually warrant it.
And we also saw Yasuo got some base stat buffs that he got the armor buff as well. And I think Yasuo is one of those champions that's very strong, but sort of like people kind of don't realize the strength of the champion because it is a bit of a meme champion. We got that Yasuo 1 in 10 power spike.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've seen a lot of talk about the Yasuo, and just the idea of the 0-10 power spike is I've seen some analysis of this 0-10 power spike, the myth, and it's basically that at 0-10 you are at items. If you're not completely reefing, right, and you're normally farming the minion, it's 2 items at 10 deaths, which means you have 100% crit, which means Yasuo has spiked, right? So that's kind of the lore behind that 0-10 power spike. But with the Nashor's Tooth, I have no idea, honestly.
Yeah, and we should be getting into the draft very soon now, just a couple of minutes. Champions that I would like to see that we've not talked about. I'm gonna go out on a really wild card, and I know it's so unlikely, but I would like to see a Shyvana or a Nunu. I think those champs just bring so much joy to the game.
Shyvana and Nunu, I mean, they definitely change up the game, 100%. They're completely game altering champions. The Nunu kind of the opposite of the Shyvana. Shyvana being this power farming jungler, and the Nunu not really farming at all usually. Usually you one shot a camp, you walk away, you go into lane, you snowball, and that's the bomba.
Indeed, it is. That is the bomba. I can think of some interesting players when it comes to Nunu, but we won't linger on that too much. Other champions that I would like to see, I would like to see a Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa's always interesting to see in competitive play. She's so exciting. She can poke, she can go in, she can dive, she can front to back, she can DPS. She just doesn't care. She does everything.
Yeah, the Shyvana definitely interesting. I don't know what the build is right now, but from what I've seen, it's more of a bruiser-ish build, uh, as far as I know. But maybe you know a bit more about that.
On the Shyvana's sort of interesting because it's like a lot of us in our solo queue games historically, we've seen the AP Shyvana meme where she kind of just she throws up that E and one shots you. But in competitive play, we've seen the sort of I believe it's Spirit Shojin into Liandry's where you're sort of stacking that ability damage, and it sort of means that when you're not in dragon form, you're a bit more useful because you have that on hit damage on the E, and then with the Shojin, obviously, you're getting the amplification and the CDR. And then when you do go dragon form, you have the AP burn from the entries. So it's sort of this hybrid bruiser AP build.
Yeah, and that's basically the thing I've been seeing the most of, even in my own games. It's that exact build, right? Spirit Shojin. I love that you mentioned it, right? It kind of lets you be useful in both forms in some sense, and it just works very synergistically completely with the Shyvana pick overall.
Yeah, indeed, and sort of other winners in the current patch. Katarina got some interesting changes. Uh, over time, people have kind of gotten sick of the sort of this on-hit AD Katarina build, and so we've seen the AD builds for Katarina get a bit of a nerf, and we've seen AP ratios get tough for Katarina. And there is a build going around at the moment where in the mid lane you take Aerie on Katarina and you go Leandries and you play as sort of a poke champ. And there's a little bit of a trick you can do where you take sudden impact, and when you're queuing, you E backwards to a minion to get the sudden impact proc.
That is very cooking. I like it. I like the idea, but that's cooking a bit too hard maybe with the poke Katarina. But yeah, definitely with the amount of AP that got added to that queue is just insane, right? That's so much damage coming out that it's crazy, right? But I don't think it warrants really an AP pick.
Yeah, maybe not. It's one of those picks that we basically never see in competitive, unfortunately. Is an exciting pick, but I don't know if there's a chance that we'll see it today.
Yeah. It's interesting. I also agree with you. I don't think we're gonna be seeing too much of it. I think we're probably gonna see a pretty standard draft, as it stands right now. But we're gonna have to see. We're gonna be heading into draft pretty soon. Just looking in the lobby right now. Just one moment.
We seem to be getting into the draft any moment now, hopefully. And we finally seem to be going, perhaps. We have readies. Hopefully any second now.
Okay, and I mean we've been talking about the draft so much that I think we've exhausted all of the options at this point. Now we're just waiting for everything to go as well as it can. We're really sorry about the mic issues. We're trying to fix them as soon as possible, but sometimes League of Legends client it just takes 50% of your CPU and there's nothing you can do about it. Get better, skill issue. So we're gonna try to be fixing it. We're gonna try to be fixing it as soon as possible, and we're gonna get right back into it.
Yeah, hopefully we don't give the Karsta's curse to the draft, and every champion we've mentioned is not gonna get picked. But I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, if all of those champs get picked that we mentioned, it's gonna be a banger. So I don't even mind, honestly. Like, let them pick all those champions, and I'm happy to cast a game with we said Shyvana, Nunu, and the Poke Katarina. I mean, that's just a banger, honestly.
It does. I think we're unlikely to see that, and we should be going into draft any second now. Hopefully, we've got readies from both teams. We are ready. We're excited. We can't wait to get into this draft.
Yeah, with all of the cooking we've been doing, it's just beyond hype. We're beyond excited to just actually see what they pick, and maybe our dreams come true. Maybe we see some of that cooking.
While we are waiting one more second, Kat, I do have one more thing that I've seen a little bit over playing in solo queue. There's a Cho'Gath build, and it's a bit out there, but I think there are players who are strong defenders of it. It's a Warmog's Trinity Force Cho'Gath.
Warmog's Trinity. We've talked about this. I remember this. You have tried to sell me on this one already, and honestly, I kind of see it. I see it. Cho'Gath, maxing that E usually in lane or 3 points E is usually the play into those melee matchups. Getting the Trinity Force, you have really low cooldowns on Cho'Gath, right? And just having that Trinity Force into the Warmogs, you are just unstoppable in lane. But still, right? It's kind of cooking pretty hard.
Yeah, a little bit cooking, but it would be exciting to see it. And players seem slightly confused on whether or not they can start the game, so hopefully we will get there any second now. I'm gonna tell the champions to talk about it this rate. I'm gonna have to start talking about how I don't know. We could talk about Renata Glask maybe. We're running out of picks.
Renata Glass. So we're talking about Renata support or Renata AP Nasher's Tooth top lane or jungle?
That's too much, Carrot. That's illegal. I don't think we can go there.
Yeah, probably not. And it seems like we are going into draft right now, finally starting this game. It's been a bit of a wait, but thank you to everyone, despite the issues, despite the draft delay, for tuning in still. You can see our beautiful draft overlay here on the stream. I hope you guys really like it and appreciate it. And we're gonna pop in with the first pick, first match actually being the Yasuo.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see the Yasuo ban. Big Yasuo players sort of on the Yasuo victim for K5 there, and we see the Gragas ban coming out in return.
Okay, the Gragas ban. I haven't really seen the Gragas in the OPGGs, but I guess it's something that maybe the players have played in scrims and just don't like it, or it's, you know, something for the future. Maybe the side of Carolina has something in mind that the Gragas will be completely, you know, really bomba into, as we see the Jinx ban on R2 ban and the Yone ban for the side of Leo Esports.
Yeah, very unsurprising. And so far, targeted banned by Leo Esports on the team to the top laner of K5 Yasuo victim. Both champions being taken out, and now Gwen has been taken out.
Yeah, we said when gonna be taken out, obviously. A bit of a pressure point in the draft, and Aurora having to be banned at this point in the game. I think a lot of teams are picking that champion up, especially on B1, having it as a flex pick for top lane. The strength brings to the team fights, you know, locking down everyone on the enemy team. You know, just really strong.
Yeah, so far we see Lilia first pick into Brand Misfortune. Very standard in the profile so far. Ezreal is open, so we might see that picked, but they're gonna opt for the Varus instead.
Okay, the Varus being picked up into the MF. I mean, it's a lot of counting game. We see double AP junglers being just swapped out here. The Lily on first pick Brand, you know, that's just the standard right now in, I feel like, pro play in general. Picking up those fast clearing AP junglers. These are getting nerfed, I believe, next patch as we speak, and the next pick just, you know, standard. We talked about the Misfortune. We didn't talk about the Varus, but still it's a pick that's been in the meta recently, kind of falling out, but it's still extremely strong. And then the Syndra and Zed picked up. I just noticed that Zed. I was yapping so much that I completely forgot to actually look at the picks. God damn.
Zed. Zed is not a champion we see often, and looking like the picks, that could be a flex. It could be jungle, or it could be mid lane.
You think the Zed would go jungle?
I don't think it's impossible. I think the Brand in mid lane can be fairly strong into the Syndra, and they are looking like they're keeping the flex pick for last, maybe.
Yeah, the flex pick being left up as we see Aurel and then Rakan being picked up after with the Olaf last pick. This draft is a bit more cooking than I was expecting. I wasn't expecting
a little bit,
this many picks.
Varus Rakan in the bot lane for Leo Esports. That's not something we've seen for a while. Both picks kind of been out of meta. I wouldn't be surprised to see that Malphite locked in. Maybe the Ornn as well, a tank for the top lane. They've got the Brand, the MF, and the Zed as threats. They just need something stable. They are going to opt for the classic pick now in Season 14 of the Cassante.
Yeah, and I think the Cassante is the best option here. If the Olaf gets ahead against something like a Malphite or the Ornn, it's gonna be very hard for them to stabilize, and I feel like the Cassante actually offers some sort of, you know, side lane pressure. It's kind of like having a tank and a bruiser in the same champion, and that's, you know, I think one of the reasons that this champion is so incredibly high prio, or at least was before all of the nerfs in pro play, because it just offers so much. And if we're looking at the drafts overall, we see Olaf, Lilia, Syndra, Varus, and Rakan for the side of Leo Esports, and Cassante, Brand, Zed, Misfortune, and Rel for the side of Carolina. What do you feel about these drafts? Who do you think actually came out on top?
I like both drafts, honestly. I think the Olaf is an exciting pick. He's so strong early, and it's not like the old Olaf. He does have decent scaling. There's nothing really on the red team that can ever stop the Olaf when he pops that ultimate. The Misfortune, very immobile AD carry. She wants to stand there and channel the ultimate. And Olaf, he's gonna have something to say about that. But over on the red team for K5, we have Brand in the team fight. We know how dangerous Brand can be. But I think the wild card here is going to be that Zed pick in the mid lane. I'm not sure on the matchup. I think it might come down to the skill of the individual players. But Zed as a champion is just so exciting to see. We never see champions like Zed in competitive play.
Yeah, we never see it because I feel like it's such a flip pick, right? Every assassin. We talked about the assassins and we both said we probably won't be seeing them. And I think the reason we don't see them is that they're just feast or famine, really, right? That's just the point of assassins. And if this Zed gets behind, he's going to do absolutely zero in this game. But if he gets ahead, he's going to, I think, steamroll the entire enemy team. If you look at the picks, Lilia, Syndra, Varus, Rakan, none of these champions really get any of the stats that would be good against Zed. They're all high damage champions, and I think Zed, if he gets a good lead, he's gonna just gonna mow everyone down.
Yeah, indeed. If that Zed gets ahead, he can be very strong. Champion is kind of out of the meta at the moment. Not really seeing that champion pick too much, but I think it's going to be really exciting. They both teams, they have like fairly standard team comps with sort of like one spicy pick for each team. Leo Esports, they've got the Olaf, and then K5, they have that Zed pick as we've highlighted. But everything else fairly standard across the board. If we just talk about the game from top to bottom as we're waiting for the spectator delay, we've got Olaf versus Cassante, and I think all of us will probably agree that that's most likely fairly Olaf favored.
Yeah, I think at least in the early levels, definitely Olaf favored. But I think, after level 1, 2, 3, maybe pre 6, I think the Olaf might actually lose out into the Cassante. We're gonna have to see, but I mean, Olaf doesn't lose any matchup almost. If he gets the hit and heal, he doesn't lose. But the Cassante, very potent in those short trades. A lot of CC coming out of that champion, and just not if you don't let the Olaf auto attack, then the Olaf can't do anything, right?
Yeah, and I think maybe worth highlighting here is one of my friends would always highlight. I'm not gonna shout out his name, but he knows who he is. There's a lot of marks value for red team here against the blue team. They've got the Varus ultimate, the Lilia sleep, the Syndra stun, the Rakan charm. That's a lot of CC that can be reduced by the mercs.
Yeah, a lot of value here for the Mercs coming out for the red team, as you mentioned, right? And almost no value here for the blue team on the opposite side. A lot of tabby value coming out here, a lot of physical damage. But again, right, you have that brand. It's just a small draft advantage, as you mentioned, right? It's just one team can just build Mercs for free, basically, and it's going to work versus practically every champion on the enemy team. And the other team just doesn't have that priority in draft. Didn't get that strength.
Yeah, and we are loading into the game now. We see fairly standard summoner spells across the board. The Zed has opted for the TP, no ignite for the Zed here, so his kill pressure is going to be lower. Gonna be a lot more standard. TP for both top laners as we'd expect. We do have the misfortune she has picked up the cleanse, which I think is completely necessary, into the Varus, the Lilia.
Yeah, 100%. And one thing to note, right, with the Zed taking TP, all of a sudden, the side of, I believe that's blue side, right? So that would be Leo Esports. All of a sudden, they have some side laning power. They have the option to play the side lane.
They do indeed. I think it's possible for both teams to be able to play the side lane game here. And we should be going into game any moment now. And we see the teams, they're just opening up like standard.
Yeah, we see standard opening 5-point defense, and that's just gonna be it for now. We're not gonna see anything too quirky here. Most likely, what we're gonna see is some Raptor wards. Raptors very contested in every game where Lilia is a champion at all. You are going to have to contest Raptors. Raptors are just a point of contention for Lilia and in some way for Brand as well, because these champions completely one-shot the Raptors. And, if Lilia can just do a drive-by for 20 seconds, that's Raptors gone, and that's an 8 CS lead for the jungler, right? 4 for him and -4 for the enemy, as we see Brand already dropping the word at the Raptors, expecting some sort of shenanigans to come out from the side of Leo.
Yeah, and just as we're waiting for the start of this game to unfold, I think it is worth highlighting just a couple of statistics I have prepared beforehand. The Lilia into the brand, very Lilia favored in competitive play, just based on the pure statistics. Brand with the 44% win rate into the Lilia. So we're gonna have to try and see if Citron, the SOL champion, can come out on top here.
Yeah, that's an interesting statistic. 44% win rate. As we see an invade coming in here, I'm gonna have to stop talking about the statistic for a second because we have some action going on. The Olaf just walking in. The Lilia taking the Raptors, but that's not gonna be finished there. The Olaf coming in and just hitting that Brand. The Brand flashes out, and that's gonna be the Olaf going down as first blood to the Cassante. I like the idea, but it didn't actually go too well.
Yeah, it was an interesting play, but I think the highlight of this play is Sander on the rel. He sort of hovered around the mid lane at the start of the opening to the game, and he rotated up quickly to turn that fight into a 4 versus 3. And K5 starting the game strong. MF is losing out, but that wave is slow pushing, so she's gonna be able to collect that shortly.
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned that. I didn't even notice the support move. It felt so natural that the Rel was there to cover that fight. And just well played from Sander here, making the difference for his team. If he wasn't there, you never know what could happen. The Brand might die, the Cassante might die, you know, you never know. And that's just, the game could have went so much worse if they let that happen. And just big props to the support from the side of Carolina making that play happen, not letting them get invaded like that.
Yeah, very important to cover your jungler in the early game so that he doesn't get invaded. They defend the invade, and now the game playing out, it is looking very even, but there is that kill lead on the Cassante. It's gonna give him a bit of a buffer in the lane into the Olaf. He's gonna be able to pick up an extra Ruby Crystal or so when he backs.
Yeah, and that extra Ruby Crystal, especially in top lane, where every auto matters, every minion hit matters. So many small things working in these matchups, just, you know, being of utmost importance as we see some trades coming out in mid lane. And for now, the Zed losing out, as well as the Cassante being pushed in. But this is all, you know, just regular stuff that we're expecting. The mid and top from the side of Carolina are expected to lose the early parts of these lanes. And the Zed just needs some sort of jungle help to get him going, and I think that's exactly what they're going to be looking for. They're going to be looking for the Brand to clear his jungle as fast as possible and then try to play for these picks, try to play for these skirmishes where their champions excel. But again, right, Leo Esports is looking to contest them on that with their own picks.
Yeah, definitely. The mid lane going about as we would expect into a melee versus range matchup. And maybe the Zed player counting himself lucky that we're not on the patch anymore where that first strike was so prominent and so strong.
Yeah, exactly. The Syndra could have been abusing him so incredibly, so hard in this lane, but luckily, as you mentioned, right, the Comet being more standard right now. And we see the Brand from the side of Carolina is basing here with all of the prio that the bot lane from Carolina have here. We can see the Lilia has to give up the bot scuttle despite the fact that she was walking down to get that. Looking in for top scuttle right now, but it seems like she's gonna go for the Raptors here.
Yeah, we're gonna see maybe another fight on the Raptors. I think the Brand knows that she's there. She might be able to just do them in time and get out. She does have the smite up.
Yeah, and exactly as we talked about with these Raptors, right? As soon as they're up, one of these two champions will kill them within 5 seconds, and that's exactly what we saw right there. The Lilia just walking up, taking the Raptors. The Brand couldn't even come back. His recall was so much faster than the Lilia's, and he still got to the Raptors. As we see a trade in the mid lane, the Zed being completely poked out, and this is the value of the TP, right? We talked about how there's less kill pressure on the Zed, but, you know, if he didn't have TP here, this would be a pretty Jover lane.
Yeah, he is down a bit in CS. He does have a wave to pick up. Syndra definitely gonna contest him on that wave. We do see Brand lurking in the top lane, but the Olaf maybe sniffing it out and backing off.
Yeah, and I like this play here from the side of Carolina. The jungler just stays sitting in top lane, waiting to play on the solo, but the E not going out because of the vision diff, and then the Q missing. That's gonna mean that the Brand just spent a lot of time waiting in the top lane bush for effectively nothing, and the Lilia all of this time was just clearing, as we see some trades coming out here in the top side, but nothing more is gonna come of it.
Yeah, fairly slow game overall so far. Maybe both teams feeling a bit of the nerves of the first game of the split. Both teams, they want to start strong. They want to kick off this SOL split with a good start. Not make anything too aggressive so far. Playing very safe, very standard. And maybe we're going to see teams grouping up for these grubs here. We do see the Rel rotating. She's able to rotate before the Rakan, so it looks like the grubs are going to go down for K5.
Yeah, and speaking of these grubs, right, I feel like the grubs blue team, their Leo Esports, would really want him to be theirs. As we see a trade coming in the mid lane, the Rel going in, the Ignite coming out, Rel is tanking the tower, and all of the Qs hit on the Syndra, and that's gonna be the Syndra going down for first blood. What a play from the mid and support from Carolina, taking down the Syndra there. Really, really well played.
Yeah, that is a beautiful play by the Zed player here. You can see he's very comfortable on his champion. He's happy to put that death mark right into the range of the tower. And maybe I was thinking to myself that there's no way that Syndra's in kill range, but he just pops her and she's gone.
Yeah, exactly. That was my thoughts as well. There's no way they kill here. And keep in mind, that's the flash gone from the Syndra. And no flash is burned on the side of Carolina for that. Which means the next 5 minutes, the Syndra is in extreme danger. We see the flash is up for red side, means that the Syndra can get engaged on from anywhere and she cannot do anything. If she messes up her QE, she is going to die. And that's just what we've been talking about. This Zed just getting accelerated. We see Rakan going in here. Nice flash from the MF, dodging that engage. And that's just a trade of summoners.
Yeah, it's a flash for flash in the bot lane, but I think that's worthwhile for the Rakan here. Getting the MF flash, she's very vulnerable without the flash. The Lilia is 6, she has the flash up, they could make a play.
Yeah, they're looking here for this Drake, but it hasn't been started yet. These objective timers are going to be extremely disjointed now. It seems like neither of the teams really want to go for this Drake yet.
Yeah, nobody. Like I said earlier, maybe both teams just happy to take this slow so far. Building up a sort of slow lead for Carolina here on the red side. 700 gold or so far. They're up 2 kills. I feel like they're pretty comfortable at this rate of the game. If they can just keep it going like this, I think once they get to the sort of the mid-game portion, they are very strong.
Yeah, the Zed definitely spiking in the mid game at 1 or 2 items. He's going to be a demon here. They're gonna have to make sure that he can actually get some more kills and snowball this lead. I feel like abusing that Syndra flash on cooldown is going to be crucial for them. I believe the Syndra is going directly into a Seeker's arm guard. And if she gets to finish that before her flash is up, it's going to be a very high value Seekers. Dodging out even just 1 death is really important in this matchup. As we see some trading coming out in the mid lane again, but Brand just doing the Drake and Lilia not responding at all.
Yeah, I mean, Lilia is responding. She's just cycling her camps and keeping them farmed, which is interesting. She is up almost 20 CS at this point. That's about 5 camps ahead on pace. And that adds up to be quite a lot, actually. We see the gold lead is only about 300 gold now. And maybe that's what the statistics were saying beforehand. The Lilia is able to outpace the Brand quite significantly. She's building towards that first item. Both of them likely going for the Liandry's first item. The Drake, I think, is quite impactful, but I think the farm is more important, to be honest.
Yeah, and I love that you brought that up. I just saw it, the 20 CS lead, which is about to, still be a 20 CS lead, as you mentioned. It's very huge. It's big. We saw the change in gold as we see the Olaf waiting in topside for the proxy. I think this is just the standard is going to be top. As we see in the bot lane, the Rel going in here, hitting the Q, hitting the W onto the Varus. And the Varus is going to go down to the MF ult. Rakan going in with the ult. MF has no flash. And the Lilia flashing in with the ultimate, taking down the MF. And that's probably going to be with the Rel going down as well. Double kill most likely here, unless we see something else. As we go into the top side of the map, the Brand getting ran down by the Olaf, but the Zed coming in to help. The Brand takes the kill. As we see the Rel finally going down the bot side. 2 plays at the same time, but that's a huge wave being lost here. As we see the Zed or the Cassante, not sure yet who's TPing. The Zed TPing bot lane to catch that wave.
Yeah, that is a huge wave. You can't let that go to waste. And I think Carolina there on the red side team, they kind of overplayed their hand. They overstayed a little bit. The Lilia able to respond and turn it into a 2-for-1. But that Olaf play in the top lane, that was very aggressive, very overeager to make that play on the Brand. And it doesn't work out. Now, good kills picked up by Leo, but I think K5 still comfortably in the lead in this game.
Yeah, for sure. The only real strength Leo have right now is this Lilia, and if this Lilia keeps going at the pace that she is, I think she's gonna have first item and a bit more finish. As we see a kill in the bot lane on the Syndra. Wasn't paying attention on that Zed shadow. He used the ultimate before and she was low, but she just wasn't looking apparently. And she just goes down to that last Q. What a clean kill. And at the same time, we're looking here top lane, maybe a dive from the side of Carolina, but the wave doesn't exist right now. As we see the Brand just taking the camps away from the Lilia. What a play from the Zed.
Yeah, that's a great play, showing great competency on that champion. He's able to hit her with a fadeaway kill, the E and the Q on the Shadow while he's farming the wave at the same time. Syndra, maybe a little bit sleepy there on that play, not able to notice the Shadow. She didn't build towards the Seekers like we thought. She's finished the Seraphs. Once she does get that stack, there is a bit of a shield in there for her, a little bit of survivability, but at this rate, I'm not sure that it's gonna be enough.
Yeah, I really doubt it's gonna be enough. With the Zed as accelerated as he is, we can see that he's completely even in CS, probably even ahead after taking this wave in mid lane. First item finished, some MR finished. I don't think it's reasonable to think that this Syndra can survive the Zed all in as of right now. We don't know what's gonna happen later, but as of right now, she's just too weak.
It's gonna take her a while to get that Seraphs fully stacked as well, and if the Zed can get her alone before that, she's in great danger. He's one item already, he's building towards the Hex Drinker to have safety of his own. Hex Drinker into the Syndra and the Lilia, gonna make him fairly tanky. He could opt for the Merc Treads as well to make himself almost invincible.
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned that again. We talked about it in draft already, just the Mercs value, the MR value overall, right? So much magic damage coming out here from the side of Leo Esports that, you know, if Red Team Carolina here manage to pick up some MR, it's gonna be really hard for them, for the side of Leo to get any type of lead, right? This Lilia is gonna be strong, but if she doesn't have any damage because of the amount of enemy MR, then, you know, what good does she do?
Yeah, and we see it there in the mid lane. Syndra trying to trade onto the Zed, but her trade's not really doing much through that MR that he has.
Yeah, the MR just the strength, as we just mentioned, right? Not doing anything, and these trades are gonna get harder and harder as we see the Hex Drinker picked up. I don't think that the Syndra can, for example, side lane anymore. I think if you put the Zed side lane, who matches him?
Yeah, I think maybe the Olaf, but at the same time, I'm not sure that if that might be a waste of Olaf's time because he can't really get anything done there. And we do have the Drake spawning now. Carolina are set up for the Drake. Lilia looks like she's pathing away from the Drake, so they are just gonna give it up. Lilia gonna take the time to cycle her camps. Second Drake going down to K5. It is a Mountain Dragon, and once we do have MR coming in for more champions than just the Zed, that is gonna see a lot of value.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned that. The Mountain Drake just gonna add even more MR to this team, and I think, you know, the Lilia is ahead in farm, but she's kind of lost the lead. If we check the farm right now, we see that she's only up 2 camps, and I don't know where that 4 camp lead went. It's kind of just disappeared. I think all of the invades that Carolina have done in the blue side of the jungle have just, you know, mounted up to be enough to even out the lead, and right now, right, it's just 2 camps for basically every other objective.
Yeah, the Lilia is clawing back something here. She does manage to get the Rift Herald, but she's lost 6 grubs and 2 Drake. And the bot lane here of Leo Esports, they're being pressured on a dive. I think K5 can just take the tower here, especially with the grubs. It's a lot of gold going into their pocket.
Yeah, and a lot of gold just directly injected into that MF. We see the first item already finished. The BT spike we mentioned already, even before the draft started. Just so incredibly strong on this team as we see the Zed playing the midway. But we have a fight going on in the top lane. We see Cassante fighting here, but there's no ultimate. The ultimate from Olaf is going on, so he can't really ult him over the wall, but he uses it even better to ult the Olaf, not moving the Olaf and just walking away.
That was actually beautiful play by the top laner of K5 there, actually. I'm very impressed. It's more than just what you said, Carrot. He used the ultimate and then he buffered the W to dodge the Lily asleep.
Yeah, exactly. He just using all of those unstoppable frames for that Cassante to just get out of dodge and just survive that. You know, if it was any other champion, that would have been a pretty horrible situation. But just because it's Cassante, he just gets out, and that just highlights the value of the Cassante, especially in this game. So much CC to buffer with the W, with the ultimate. It just has such high value.
And it's a huge outplay because it means that the top lane tower is still standing for K5, while the blue side tower in the bot lane has fallen for Leo Esports. So that is a tower differential. Leo Esports, they are sitting on the Rift Herald.
Yeah, we see the Olaf trying to run away from basically everyone on the side of Carolina. They're using a lot of tools to get to this Olaf, and it seems like he's just gonna get out. The Rel ult coming down, but completely missing the Olaf, and I think if he's not gonna walk into tower, he's gonna die here, and there's not really any objective on the other side of the map for Leo Esports to take, so it kind of just looks like a bit of a troll here, maybe? I don't know. I don't think he's intentionally doing it, but there's nothing really his team can get on the other side except for maybe the bot lane tier 1, but it's not going to be first tower.
I mean, the bot lane tower would be a good pickup, clawing back a little bit of gold in the game, but I think...
Rakan flashing in onto the Zed. The Zed is just going to make a one-shot. He manages to dodge the Syndra ult with his own ultimate, the Hexdrinker popping, and that's not going to be enough damage. So much MR coming out on the Zed. It's too strong. Rakan going in. He has to die for his team, but the Cassante is in here. The Lilia getting jumped on. The Syndra getting buffered. And it seems like the Syndra is going to go down to the Cassante. Lilia running away with that passive move speed. What a nice play here from the Cassante, giving the kill over to the Zed. And that's just the Hexdrinker value here from the Zed. If he didn't have that item, he wouldn't survive at all. And they just killed him.
Yeah, good itemization by the Zed, but also just great play on the champion. He's so comfortable on this assassin pick in the mid laner. He's dashing there, he's dashing there, he's dashing here. God, I'm so old, I don't even know where he is on my screen.
Yeah, honestly, even in the top lane, you saw I kind of got confused what he was doing. This champion never makes sense to me with what he's doing, but apparently he's doing something right with Carolina now in the lead, about 2,000 gold. They're getting extremely strong, but keep in mind, all of this gold is on very important members. The Rel is just full of assists, the Cassante full of assists, and just MF Brand and Zed taking all of those kills. So much damage coming out as the Rakan takes a full Brand combo, getting hit here by the Brand ult. The Lilia has to get out, but the Rakan's gonna go down to the Cassante. The Lilia getting picked up by the Zed. The Zed's trying to ult out. The Sleepy coming down, and he flashes the wall, getting out just barely. The Lilia has to use the flash, but the Zed as well. But at the same time, right, that's just what assassins play for. You trade the sums, and the next time they don't have sums, the assassin has a lot more dashes to work with than the mage.
Yeah, we see composites on the Zed. He's slowly taking over the game. Leo Esports struggling to have an answer for him. But the damage that came down from the Brand there, the AoE damage when he procs the ultimate, he's got the passive proc. It's just so huge. It's so hard to avoid it when you want to fight.
Yeah, and again, right, Merc's value not being good for blue team, for Leo Esports, just means that the Brand is going to keep doing damage because the itemizing is just so hard into the team. There's so much adaptive damage. You have to get some MR for the Brand, but if you get MR, the Zed is going to one-shot you, right? So it's just kind of a lose-lose situation here for the side of Leo Esports, and we're going to have to see what they do here. They're behind in objectives, they're behind in almost everything, but they're looking for a Rift Herald play in mid lane right now.
Yeah, they're not riding the Herald. They're not going to get that extra Grubs proc on it. Not really getting anything for the Herald. A little bit of chip damage, but it's no gold in their pocket. And I think worth highlighting as well that we are talking about the game as if it's a little one-sided, but there is only 2k gold in it. 2k gold, not much of a lead at 20 minutes.
Yeah, I like that you say that. I was just looking at it. We see a fight in the top lane here. The Cassante getting out with the buffer. Double TP coming in. That's the Zed coming out. And it seems like the Olaf is going to go down maybe. But the Zed ult isn't enough to kill. The Zed gets engaged on here. But then goes down to the Syndra with the Rakan engage. And that's exactly what Leo Esports needed here. Take down the Zed. Get that shutdown on your important carries. And that's a lot of gold over.
That is a lot of gold going over. Beautiful play by the Zed. He's trying to outplay them, but he falls, gives the shutdown. Looks like Varus is gonna die as well.
Yeah, the Varus just being taken down here in the mid lane. That's, you know, a trade back here. And I think almost no ultimates available here for the side of Leo Esports, using almost all of them to take down the Zed, but still, taking down the Zed is just their main priority here. They got that shutdown. The Varus going down, unfortunate. It's not going to help them at all, but I think they're looking in the correct direction in this game.
And while that top lane play was going down, Carolina, they did pick up the third Drake. It was a Hextech Drake. It's gonna be a Hextech Soul. They're sitting on Soul Point now. Next Drake coming up in 4 minutes. And I think they're in a very comfortable position to be able to get that.
Yeah, I love that you point that out again. So we see the farm diff in the jungle, while it is you know, substantial. It isn't nothing. We see the difference in gold, 600. Even though the brand has more assists, there's still a 600 gold lead for the Lilia, but the objectives aren't there, right? The objectives aren't there, and the objectives are what is gonna help you win this game. And if you don't get them, you know, the soul is worth way more than 600 gold on a Lilia versus a brand, right?
And I think something else worth touching on here, Kyle, is something we've seen sort of the rise of in this season, this year. The Warmog support picked up by Lorel, but I think very good itemization by Lyrax on Leo Esports, not opting for the Warmog's first item, opting for the Locket first item, which I think has so much value here.
While you talk about that, I'm gonna have to stop you here. We see a fight going on in the bot side, and the Olaf again in just such a bad position. He's running away with the ultimate, but he's gonna go down. The brand is gonna get an assist, and his team can't do Baron. This is just a free death again. I don't know what the plan is here, right? He's getting some people to move over, but it's never enough, really. The brand gets hit by the Syndra QE, but the Syndra is building so defensively. If we take a look at the itemization on the two mid laners, we can see that the Syndra has Seraph's Embrace into Zhonya. While, you know, she does damage, but it's just not enough to get those one-shots in, especially into the builds that Carolina has here, right? You see the Mercs on the Zed, you see the Hex Drinker. It's just not enough to get through all of that pen. And at the same time, we see the Zed opting into the Serpent's Fang. Serpent's Fang value against the Olaf with the shield, against the Syndra with her Seraph's Embrace, and against the Rakan with the ease. It's gonna be so incredibly high.
Yeah, we're seeing good itemization across the board here, and I think it is for Phylin as well. The Syndra, she loses so much damage by opting into these defensive items, especially the plated steel caps. We don't see that very often on mages. We see maybe sometimes they opt into something like the Mercregs early game, into picks like the LeBlanc, but you lose so much damage from not having that magic pen.
Yeah, exactly. I've almost never seen plated steel caps on a Syndra, but you know, it's gonna give her pretty good value here in this game, as we see a fight going out here by the Lilia. The Lilia getting an engage onto the brand, and the Rakan going back into the backline, hitting the MF. The MF ult gets immediately cancelled, and the brand is gone. The Zed is trying to reclaim this fight. He takes down the Lilia, and the Rel coming in with a huge engage. Zed doing as much damage as he can, and Cassante coming in to wipe this fight. As we see the Olaf chasing the MF away from this fight. MF hasn't even hit this fight at all. She's doing damage now, and the Rel breaking the shield from the Seraphs, taking down the Syndra. But that's gonna be a wipe for the side of Leo Esports, taking down absolutely everyone in Carolina.
Yeah, very well played by Leo Esports in that fight. K5 just not respecting the power of the Lilia sleep there in that fight, getting the two-man sleep down, and we saw the power, as we highlighted in Champ Select and in the loading screen, of this Olaf pick. He's 1-4, but that doesn't matter when he's running at MF. She can't do anything. She has to run away. She can't stand and go hit for hit with him.
Yeah, she definitely has to respect that, and I feel like that fight was just very, very disjointed from the side of Carolina. They still managed to kind of regain their foothold in the fight with the Zed doing so much damage, but it's a big fumble from them. I still, however, think that they're still on the winning side of this game, right? They have Soul Point here. Leo Esports is completely forced to play this fight, and the Lilia ult isn't up. It's gonna be probably up for this Drake, as we see them using their abilities here. Both of the teams are fighting for this mid prio.
We do have things like no summoners up on the Misfortune here for this fight, and that is quite important. And I think you have to contest this soul. It's the Hex Tech soul.
You see a fight coming out here on the Raptor pit on blue side. The Zed tanking all of his damage into the Syndra. The Syndra has to use all of her sums. All of abilities used from both of them. And the Syndra manages to take the kill at the end, but she's 1 HP with no flash. She can't rejoin this fight, so it's effectively still a 4v4. She doesn't even have TP.
Yeah, Zed does have the TP when he's up in 30 seconds, but it's gonna be interesting to see whether or not K5 can buy time for 30 seconds. The Syndra is gonna be here before the Zed, and they gotta buy 20 more seconds.
Yeah, I don't think Carolina wants to fight this Drake now. They're gonna have to walk mid, take that mid wave, unless, you know, if they fight the Drake here, the mid wave takes the mid tower, and they might lose the Drake since it's a 4v4, and the Zed is going to be later back than the Syndra. You know, I think what they did was the correct play. A bit of a fumble here from the Zed, but again, sums are out from the Syndra, so that's going to be a big point of contention, especially here for the Baron. But again, a small fumble, you know, they're starting to mount here. The Zed is gonna start losing value if the side of Leo Esports are getting so much gold from them.
Yeah, we saw that fight, the Zed versus the Syndra in the red side jungle there. It looked like a bit of a wet noodle fight. You could confuse it for maybe like a Cho'Gath versus Sion. Both the champions kind of just throwing everything out for a good 20 seconds before anyone fell. That's the power of those defensive items.
Yeah, it really did look like some sort of bruiser fight or tank fight in the top lane. Ornn and Cho'Gath hitting each other. As we see another fight here in the bot side, the Cassante is actually winning this fight now. The Olaf kind of just having no pressure here. I don't think this Olaf has taken a single tower this game.
Nah, the Olaf not getting much value in the side lane. It's very hard for him here. All those early deaths adding up. But in the team fights, he is getting value. He's able to run at the misfortune, and there's little she's able to do in response.
Yeah, there's not really any peel available from the side of Carolina, but what they have instead of peel is just high amounts of damage. So, you know, the Olaf, when he ults in, he's no longer squishy like he used to be when he would lose those passive defense stats, but he's still, you know, he's not a tank. He can't just keep running forever if he's getting hit by a Brand, a MF, and a Zed. But again, right, I love that you mentioned that he kind of effectively, he works as a diver. As we see an Engager coming out on this Rakan, losing most of his HP. The Lilia sleep bubble doesn't even hit on the Brand, so that spirit, no, not spirit visage, that other visage is still gonna be protecting him from any sort of engage.
Yeah, we do see K5 managing to crack the mid lane tower there. That can be fairly big, gives you a lot of control on the map, and they are starting the Baron up here. I think maybe they're just looking to trap it.
Yeah, we see the MF getting hit by the Lilia bubble, but Lilia not deciding to pull the trigger here. We see the Zed going on the Varus here in the backline, dodging absolutely all of the spells. The Olaf TPing in, but the Rakan ult is too strong. The Zed manages to get out. The Syndra is 1 HP, but she manages to get the Zed somehow, and the Olaf just running down the entire backline. There's not enough damage on the side of Carolina, and just everyone dies on red team, and the Syndra TPing bot. She's gonna take tier 3 in bot lane, and they're gonna get the Baron.
That is a huge play. That is a huge swing in the game. And I have to think that's a massive misplay by K5. I feel like the Zed making that play, I think it was a smart decision, but his team, they have to take the opportunity to finish the Baron while he's buying time. And instead, they choose to peel off the Baron and attempt to fight. And now they lose tier 3 inhib and Baron. That is disastrous. Almost 5k gold lead now for Leo. The game swinging back to Leo's hands in an instant. Very comfortable now, and I think it's gonna be very hard for K5 to claw this back. As we saw in the fight, the MF, she just does not get to play into this Olaf.
Yeah, and it's crazy, just the amount of we were talking about these defensive items on the side of Leo, from the Syndra, from the Varus, and they pay off really well. The Rakan manages to keep the Varus alive for such a long time. The barrier also helping out despite the Serpent's Fang on the Zed being picked up, and the Zed is playing well, but he's just not doing enough damage. In all of these defensive items, we can see the Varus even picked up a Jack Show already. They are so incredibly tanky until against this Carolina lineup, and we saw in that fight, there's just not enough damage, and they can just kind of sustain through the fight and play slow, and if they play slow enough, they just win.
Yeah, the DPS is lacking a bit. They do have the Brand. The Zed does provide some DPS, but this Misfortune, she's just never able to sit and do DPS in these team fights, which is really unfortunate. It's making the pick look very weak, and as you highlighted, we're seeing the strength of this Varus pick. It's not something we see too often, but as we know from solo queue builds, Varus has a lot of base damage. He's able to opt into these on-hit items and get a lot of damage just from his abilities itself, and he's able to pick up the Jack Show like you said. He's very tanky now. It's very hard for him to be one-shot.
Yeah, and going back to that MF pick, right? I see a lot of talk in the chat about the Rakan GOAT, the Rakan smurfing every fight, and as I'm talking about that, the GOAT has just swapped teams. Sander getting a huge engage onto the Varus, taking down the support and the ADC. Almost everyone going down here. Most of the team still being alive for the side of Leo Esports. The Lilia manages to flash out. The Syndra survives without even proccing her Seros, but that's big picks here. 2 Barons down, support down, ADC down for Leo Esports. Big play from Carolina now.
Yeah, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Catalina now. The Drake has spawned, the Zed is running there as fast as he can, and we've got a fight breaking out.
The Zed has to clear the bot wave, and the Brand is just getting completely beat down by this Olaf. The Cassante is coming in. The Olaf ult has just ran out, and that means the Olaf is just gonna probably explode to this Cassante. There's a fight still going on. The Zed doesn't have enough damage to take down the Lilia, and they take down the Rel. And now it's a 3v2, but the wave is pushing in for the side of Leo in bot lane. The Syndra playing really far up, but everyone is so low on the side of Carolina that they can't do anything. We see the MF clearing the wave, but they lose a Nexus tower.
Yeah, Leo Esports just buying time here in the jungle. Lele on that Syndra or Lali, I'm not sure how you say it, buying so much time by stopping recalls. The Winions taking the Nexus tower, and you have to think this game is looking very comfortably in the favor of Leo Esports now. It's swung very hard in their favor. They've picked up their second Drake. Maybe if the game goes long enough, 10 minutes, they could get a soul. But maybe I think they look to end before that.
Yeah, exactly. And we talked about it in the beginning of this game. Mid-game is where Carolina's comp shines. And, you know, one fumble, it's fine. Two fumbles, it's getting worse. Third fumble for the side of Carolina, the game is very, very hard now. The Zed has lost, I think, you know, 99% of his value. He can't one-shot anymore, especially with so much defense built on the side of Leo Esports. The Syndra now picking up the death cap very soon. She's sitting on 2 large rods. These champions are doing damage now. All of those early defensive itemizations kind of let them not fall too far behind. And what they're doing now is just building back all of that damage that they didn't build earlier in the game. And I feel like it's just going to be so incredibly hard. They need to have a miracle play like they did in the mid lane. We talked about the Rakan GOAT. The GOAT has moved over to the side of Sander. He was the GOAT for that fight, but his team still couldn't pull through. Just because I think the Zed has so little value, along with we were talking about the MF just not being able to play the game.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it is worth noting we see the strength of, or sort of the anti-strength of this Zed, the weakness in competitive play, where people, their itemization is much better than solo queue. Every champion for Leo Esports has picked up an armor item, and the Zed, he doesn't have that keystone item. No Serelda's Gauge, no Lord Dominic's. He's lacking the armor pen to cut through the Zonyas, the Jack Show, the Death Stance, the Steel Caps. He's struggling, and like you see it in the fights. If they just play together, the Zed goes in and he just dies. He just gets popped.
Yeah, and we kind of see the opposite, right? The side of Leo Esports, they had to build the defense earlier, and now they're opting into damage. But the Zed did exactly the opposite, right? He built a lot of offensive items early, but now he's kind of being forced to itemize into defense, right? We see the Edge of Night getting built, and at the same time we see a Ruby Crystal, so it doesn't even seem like he's going Serylda's for next item. I don't think this Zed is ever gonna do any damage.
Yeah, like he did a lot of damage as we saw in the early game, but now he's kind of fallen off, and I think they're struggling to find the value of this Zed now. I think maybe you have to try to side lane, but at the same time, who does he side lane into? Like, he can't kill the Syndra anymore. She has way too much armor, she's too survivable, and I think the Olaf as well just stonewalls him.
Yeah, I feel like there's just very, very few options, but I think their best bet is just side laning the Zed, or like they did in the mid lane, just trying to catch the enemy off guard, maybe get some surprise engage from the Rel onto the backline, and maybe they can win. I think their main target has to be the Syndra and the Varus. The rest of the team they can kind of deal with later, but I think what we need to see is just MF popping off in one of these fights. The Zed is doing his part, even though we were saying he's really weak. We just need the MF to pop off. If we get one big ult, she has 4 items now with another BF sword. Her ult hurts. It's going to kill people. Actually, game end
I was
people.
gonna say, as I think the optimal lane placement here is having the Zed actually laning into the Olaf. Well, the Zed can't do anything. I think if he can stop the Olaf from being in the team fight, the Misfortune has a chance to play the game, and maybe K5 can win a team fight that way.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned that. Just kind of distracting the Olaf, you know, giving him kind of setting him off to the side lane so he can't help his team should be enough, because this Zed doesn't have much value as we speak right now. As we see Leo Esports starting up this Baron, And Carolina now walking in. They have vision on it. It's getting pretty low, but Leo Esports just walk off it. We see a big ball hitting on the backline of Carolina now. In the sleep coming down on the MF. The Rakan flashing in, getting onto the Z, but the big MF ult taking down the Rakan. The MF has to flash out, but the Olaf just doesn't care about the damage. He just takes down the MF, and that's all the carries down for the side of Carolina now. And all the carries alive for the side of Leo Esports. The Zed just whimpering away from this fight, trying to get this wave so they can't end the game immediately. But that's going to be Baron going over to the side of Leo Esports, and probably even the Drake, and maybe even the game.
We saw some huge item spikes coming in before the start of that fight. Syndra, she finished the Death Cap. Varus, he finished the Terminus. And I think that's sort of what might have swung the fight here. Death Cap, such a huge item, and I think that Terminus here is getting so much value. Not just the on-hit damage, but the tanky stats you get from this Varus. He effectively sort of has 2 tank items at the moment. It's very hard to cut through him.
Yeah, and the Terminus synergizing very well with the Jack Show armor and MR buff. As you're saying, he's basically I would almost say he's the tankiest member on the side of Leo Esports as of right now, and you can see it in the fights. There's just no one can do enough damage. Everyone got caught in that MF ult, and that MF ult didn't do anything. The Rakan died, but that's just about it.
Yeah, we saw the MF, she drops the ultimate, but like Olaf, he just doesn't care. He just runs on top of her and he molests her. There's nothing she can do. She just dies. There's absolutely no protection anyone can do for her. You can't CC the Olaf when he's in that ultimate. And the rest of the team, they just don't have enough oomph to really win the fight.
Yeah, there's really not enough burst on the side of Carolina to take down that Olaf in the backline, especially with that Sterex Gauge and Death's Dance. He's never gonna die, and you know, I want to find an angle where we see Carolina take this game back, but I kind of don't see it as of right now.
We have to see a hero play from someone. Maybe some strange, massive engage from the Rel like this, perhaps.
Yeah, one engage like this as we see the Rel going in. The Syndra manages to flash out. I didn't even notice. Nothing happened. The Rel goes in, but there's just a big nothing burger coming out of that, and it's so sad to see. We see a good engage, a good engage. That's what it was onto the Syndra, but the Syndra just doesn't care. Her flash is up, her Zarya is up. She didn't even proc her for Seraph's Embrace. There's just nothing they can do.
That's the power of defensive items. They're not able to one-shot her in time. Her team is able to respond and turn it into a 1-for-0 in their favor. The Rel is dead, and now they're sieging the mid lane, they're sieging the top lane. This game is slowly slipping further and further away from K5.
And we see Olaf going in again. He's gonna die for this tier 3. If he even is gonna, he's gonna go down in the end. I was kind of hoping, you know, that he maybe pops off there, but that's just not gonna be it here. And we see the side of Leo Esports just walking away here. They're happy with what they got, right? They use the Rel engage. Carolina uses the Rel engage, and the Syndra lives, and that's just game over. That's all they have right now is the Rel engage, and just hoping that the enemy messes up and dies. And if it doesn't work, there's nothing they can really do.
Yeah, they're able to kill the Olaf, but I don't think he's even worth the 300 gold at the moment. He manages to get the inhib tower, and I think at that point, that's a worthwhile trade. If Olaf can die another 5 times, and every time he takes a structure, then it's game over for K5. The 300, 200, 100 gold that they get for killing him is irrelevant at this point. It's a 8k gold lead for Leo Esports. 300 gold shifting in the other favor it's a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned that. The Olaf getting a tower, he doesn't care if he dies. He like, the game is... The enemy team can't do anything off his death timer. They take a tier 1 tower top, but I don't think Leo Esports cares about... if they care about the tier 1 tower top anymore. All they care about here is just ending this game as soon as humanly possible.
Yeah, and I can't see this game lasting too long. K5 on their last legs at the moment. They're struggling to stay above water. So close to the game being over. So much pressure on them at the moment. And you have to think, like, so many teams in this position, they don't try to do anything. And I think when you're in this position, the game is so far gone. You have to try something. You have to maybe try and trap a bush. Make some hero play somewhere.
Yeah, and that's, I think you put it very well. Just hero plays. That's all they're betting for right now. Just some sort of miracle happening. They have the Rel Flash. they're trying to do some sort of death push, but this is just, you know, this is where people tilt. This is where, you know, you FF and solo queue. You don't want to play this game anymore. You want to go next. You want to reset mental. And it's just about, you know, kind of trying to claw your way back, even though you kind of know, you know, the game is over. You have to just, when you're in this state in the game, you kind of just have to grasp the hope that you have, as we see an engage coming out in the top side, but that's a lot of tools used. Actually, no tools used. Never mind. We see a Rel engage in the mid lane, but the Varus manages to flash out. The Syndra's gonna get taken down here, but that's a very big pick. And while I was just talking about clinging on to hope, this might be the chance that they get. The Varus is gonna go down to the Zed, but the Olaf is hitting top inhib. So I don't know what's gonna happen here. The side of Carolina, they have to base. They have to stop this Olaf, as we see the Cassante going back, stopping this Olaf, and he's gonna fight him now. This might be an end angle for the side of Carolina. They're hitting tier 2 tower mid lane. The Lilia is backing, but I don't know if she can stop them. It's 40 seconds death timers for most of the people on the side of Leo Esports. Carolina is taking down the tier 3 mid lane, and that's gonna be inhib going down.
Lilia isn't back yet.
Lilia isn't backing? What?
She got cancelled by Rel. She's getting chased down. She's not back yet.
This just might be the end here for the Carolina, the side of Carolina. The TP coming in. They're taking tier 4 towers here in the mid lane. They're gonna be hitting the Olaf here, and the Olaf is gonna go down. The Lilia gets 1 kill, but it's not gonna be enough, and that's gonna be Carolina taking the game.
Wow, that is a heroic end to the game. Wow, Carolina.
Oh my god.
They catch the Syndra, and then just amazing play. The Cassante chasing down the Olaf, the Rel chasing down the Lilia, and they just walk mid and end the game. What a finish.
Wow, that's, I mean, I don't know. I see in the chat, bruh, I can't. Dude, that's exactly what I'm saying right now. Bruh, I can't. What just happened?
It was an insane finish to that game. I kept saying the game is gone for Leo Esports. The K5, sorry, how did the K5 win? And know, maybe K5 heard me. They hate what I'm saying, and they've spat in my face, slapped me, pushed me down, and said, "We are winning this game."
Yeah, I mean, I was just talking about clinging on to the last bit of hope, and that's exactly what they did. And they just legit won. And that's, bruh, I can't. That's all I'm gonna say. Bruh, I can't
is a great descriptor for the end of that game. Wow. Great mental by K5, staying in the game to the very end, fighting for their lives, and they did it. They made the hero play that I described.
Yeah, and with that hero play, you know, we talked about the GOAT on blue side, now we're talking about the GOAT on red side, and that's just what they need for the win, and they take it. Honestly, props to Carolina keeping mental in this game. I couldn't, personally. I couldn't keep mental in that game, and they just managed to. So that's just props to them. And ending on that note, we're going to go over to a very, very short break, and we're going to come back with the analyst desk to go over some of the plays in that game.
I'm gonna go take a pee.
Okay. There's no music, Kevin said.
All right, hello.
And Discord is still on.
the suit, you know, for the introduction of the stream. Hope you guys are having a blast. And yeah, so about this game, we saw Carolina taking over hard early with early moves on Zed getting a lead, and yeah, but then eventually, as we saw these late game fights, Leo just got these like big windows of the brand getting slept into two big Rakan ultimates, and like he just set up the fight free for them. Who is this support? Where does he come
One
from?
would say it's the GOAT. It's the GOAT. People in chat said
He's-
the Rakan GOAT. He was smurfing all game, but unfortunately, you know, it's GOAT diff, apparently, in the bot side.
He is simply the GOAT. Like he was put on E on tier list from like almost all tier lists, but he just won the game for them. Oh well, he would have won the game for them.
He would have.
But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't believe it was kind of funny, very ironic. Maybe a bit of caster cursing going on, but I said, you know, they have to cling to the last bit of hope they have for this game. And boy, did they shut me up immediately. They immediately took the game over and just ended as soon as they could. And speaking of the game, right? Wow, banger segue. We have some post-game stats to pull up that we will be looking at right now as we move over to them. So let's check these out. Okay, so we see gold graph. We see damage coming out here from all of the champions on both teams. Yeah, the gold graph is a bit sad, honestly.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. There's not much to say about that one. It's very unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't know. They set up it very good, but like
it's breathtaking.
my God.
This gold graph. Oh lord. So I mean, what we can see obviously here is the fact that, you know, we were talking about the Zed having to take over in the mid game, right? And we can see red team had a big lead early on in the game, almost 2,000 gold, but it never went too high up, right? And then in mid game, they kind of throw it away. We see at 24 minutes, the gold just crashes for them and it goes completely even. And that's where I feel like the game started going really bad, because they had to be ahead in mid game with that comp. And then the game skyrockets into the blue side. We see, you know, 6,000 gold lead. In the end, it was a 9,000 gold lead, and then they lost. So it's just kind of a big flip. We see the damage graph, right? MF actually doing almost highest damage. We see the Lilia actually completely popping off. You're a Lilia player. What do you think about this game for as the pick itself, right? Like, it did most damage. What do you think of that?
If I first pick Lilia and I get to play against 3 melee, bro, I'm chilling. Like,
Man, it seems like
this Lilia was so free for her. And like, talking about the set, right? He has to get in and get these bursts on Varus Syndra, and we saw the very defensive itemization from Syndra. I think it was very good this game.
Yeah, I mean, the itemization was, you know, it was bad in the early game because they do no damage, but, you know, in the end, it's kind of, they were playing exactly to counter the Zed. I talked about it in game, right? First, they build defense so the Zed can't snowball, and then they build offense when the Zed has to build a defense again to you know, start surviving all of that burst. But again, it feels so weird talking about this game. We're talking like blue side won because, you know, in our heads, they were winning for 10 minutes. And then they stopped winning in 30 seconds. It's just kind of crazy to think about. It's hard to analyze something like that. You know, it's hard to even talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, like, in these late game fights, it's just whatever you flip, you know? Like, it goes so fast from winning to losing, as we saw. The stock market gold graph was kind of weird, you know?
Yeah, stock market, yeah.
Everyone sold. Everyone sold.
Everyone sold. Absolutely no one was buying blue stocks anymore at that end. And I mean, I completely get them. I like To be fair, I would be buying blue stocks up until the last moment of that game, and then I would try to dump them as soon as possible when I saw the Lilia that Lilia couldn't back there. So it's just crazy.
Yeah. It's a very good end though. Like this game was very, very front and back. Like Carolina lead early, and then Leo taking over, and then just Carolina sweeping the win. Like, what a fun game.
Yeah. Very, very fun game. I'm really happy that we get to cast a game like this as our first game. I think it was an absolute banger. Just, you know, breathtaking how well it was, and I'm really, really looking forward to second game as soon as we can. As soon as we can get into that, hopefully this time we get in a little bit faster with less delays, hopefully. But I think it's gonna be another banger.
Yeah. So, do we have anything else? Otherwise, we will be cutting to a break soon.
Yeah, that's all we can say. Unfortunately, we don't have the replay available for this game, but next game we will have the replay available for the analyst desk, and hopefully we will have time, if the game doesn't go 50 minutes again, to go over everything and show you some of the best replays that we have. So right now, just the gold graph, which I think was, you know, an event in of itself. And the next time when we come back, there's gonna be replays and the gold graph. So that's gonna be it for us from the analyst desk for this game, and we're gonna get into the next game as soon as humanly possible. So please stick with us and enjoy the music.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone. See ya.
kept holding on, but now that it's too late, I got nowhere else to run. How can I come out of this alive? Watch it all go up in flames. Hey yo, 6-0.
Lodestar Esports now coming over to this bear, and the Volibear seems to be first to be going in with the ultimate. Sejuani ultimate missing the backline completely. MF ult coming down, taking down only the Volibear with the Vi ult in the backline on the ADCs. The jungler's gonna go down. Be a triple kill for the way, maybe even going for a quadra. Welcome back to the Lodestar Esports broadcast. After that insane game number 1, we're waiting to get into the next draft right now. Just waiting for the players to get ready, and my god, I can't believe what just happened.
Yeah, that was a fascinating game, to be honest. Wow. Excellent performance by K5 for that one. Clawing victory back from the jaws of defeat. We thought it was over. We thought it was over. They were down. They were down and out almost, but they fought back and just a stunning victory. Great display of fortitude.
Yeah, great display of fortitude indeed. As I said in the analyst desk, I couldn't be me. I would lose my mental completely out of that game. So just props to them for actually taking it back from such a losing position. But now, right? What has to happen now? So Carolina, I feel like they have mental advantage really hard.
Yeah, I definitely think so. Leo Esports, you're ahead so far in that game and you still fall over. That has to get to your head, and they have to shake that for the next game. It is only a best of 2 series, so we don't really get a decisive game necessarily, potentially. But Leo Esports, they're definitely.
Yeah, they're definitely, as you're just saying, they're definitely, you know, they were in a winning position, right? So they kind of just have to do the same thing again, right? So in
Mhm.
some sense of the word, right? Um, their mental can be good, right? You were winning, right? You played the game well. You could, it depends on how they take it, right? Do they take it as damn we completely messed up, or do they take it as damn that was unlucky, right? Because you could argue that it was just very unfortunate what happened.
I think that is definitely a viable angle to see the game here. They played it right. They got ahead. They itemized well, and it was going so well for them. Just a couple of misplays, and that the game slipped away. That's League of Legends for you. We get to the late game, and one mistake, two mistakes, that can be the game-ending decision. You know, the Syndra, she got caught out, and then that was it.
Yeah, it might be, a bigger mental burden for specific players, right? So maybe the Syndra's actually feeling some sort of guilt, some sort of responsibility for that game. But you have to make sure you shake it off. Everyone is gonna try. Everyone is gonna have to just reset their mental, right? Everyone can mess up. Everyone can make a mistake that's game losing, right? But it just feels so much worse when it's game losing just before you lose the game, right? A level 2 mistake won't really linger with you as much as a mistake that you did 20 seconds before your team lost the game.
Yeah, and it's about what people remember as well. As you see just now, we're not really talking about the mistake level 1 where the Leo Esports trolled the game a little bit. We're talking about the mistake that the Syndra made by getting caught.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like that's something that might linger a bit more.
I can definitely agree with that, but I think at this level of competitive play, you just have to shake it away, get rid of the bad mental thoughts, go into the next game fresh, clean, ready to win.
Yeah, exactly. And it seems like we're going to be going into draft right now. So, speaking of the draft, what do you think the adaptation should be for both teams?
I'm not sure you really need to adapt at all. I think look for very similar, do the same. I don't think the draft really for either team were the problem. The Zed, I'm not sure on the Zed. Like it looked really good in the early game, but I think they didn't have the right threats for the Zed to exist.
Yeah, and I fully agree with you, right? Engage was kind of lacking, right? With champions like that, right? You need some sort of lockdown, keeping people in place. The Rel kind of acts like a disturbing champ, right? She makes chaos in the fight, right? But the Zed needs people locked down in place to one-shot them. So maybe if they're looking for the Zed again, maybe go more into a pick comp than a full, team fight ultimate comp where the Zed can't shine as much. But it seems like we're gonna see, pretty standard draft except for that Xayah pick on R1.
Yeah, that is interesting. We see basically the same bands coming down. They're gonna trade perhaps for the same junglers, but opting for a Xayah Rakan.
Xayah Khan on 1-2, I don't really know if that's good because you're showing a lot in the first two picks of your red draft, right? You're showing that you want to play more peel back. These champions aren't really the best at engaging. Now, you can pair up the Rakan with something that can go in a bit easier, but, it seems like they're going for full peel back. But, honestly, Carolina with the Yone kind of playing into the plan of Leo Esports. No, it's Yone, Brand, MF. They kind of all want to do this wombo on the enemy team, but they have a Xayah and an Anivia now.
Yeah, I think the Anivia is an interesting pick. The mid laner for Leo Esports, he does play a lot of the Anivia. The Yoni going for the comfort pick for Carolina here. It was banned last game, but this game it's not. The Brand coming in a game. The Brand very strong in the first game, and it looks like Leo Esports making the most adaptations here. The Lilia is still open, and I would be very surprised for them not to pick it up.
I feel like though if you go for the Lilia here, you're kind of giving a lot of Mercs value again, and you're going very hard into the AP, and they do stop away from that Lilia, going for that Ione for a bit more early game fighting prowess with that Bruiser pickup. You see a Renekton Leona picked up for the side of Carolina. I don't really know what to make of these drafts.
I think the draft here for Carolina is very, very standard. There's not anything spicy or different about it. Very straightforward. It's a comp that works, and the Rumble slipping through for the R5 may be quite surprising. Rumble is a champion that is currently very strong in the meta, but we see it a lot banned in like higher levels of competitive play. So to see that slipping through, interesting. Big damage profile for Leo Esports here. Now they've got 4 damage threats.
Yeah, 4 damage threats for the side of Leo Esports, but most of the damage is very, very conditional if you look at it, right? The Rumble ult, it needs some sort of setup, but with the Anivia and the Rumble and the Xayah and the Rakan, there's so much CC on this team, and, if you look at the side of... This is what I'm most confused about right now. It's the fact that Carolina kind of sees what sort of comp Leo wants to go for. It's a peelback comp, right? They don't have really strong engage, but they have really good counter engage and really good anti engage. And it's weird to me that Carolina just decides to go full onto the engage identity of the comp, right? You have a Leona, Renekton, Yone. These champs have to go in, and going in versus an Anivia, Rumble, Xayah, Rakan is just so incredibly hard. I feel like if they pivoted into some sort of a comp with more range that isn't forced to go in, they would have an easier time.
But I think it tells us something as well that Carolina opting for this comp when they're seeing the picks as you're saying, they're very confident that they want to do what they want to do, and they don't care about the enemy picks.
For sure, it is some sort of a power play, right? It's what I like to do in drafting is slamming champions. You lock it in immediately just to make sure that the enemies at least have a feeling that you know exactly what you're doing and you know what you want to play.
Yeah, and we are just waiting to get into game here with a little bit of delay. And I think it is interesting drafts from both teams. The Anivia is a pick that we don't get to see a lot in competitive play, but I think it has a lot of strength, especially into some of these champions. It's going to be very difficult for champions like Renekton and Leona to play into this Anivia. She's able to drop that big ultimate, big damage, big slow, huge AoE. And the mid lane matchup here is going to be interesting. It's one I'm not sure on. I'm not sure the last time I saw Yoni it wasn't. like hypothetically, I can see it going either way, to be honest. Like, I suppose, like, on paper, Anivia is meant to counter these sorts of champions, but Yoni being Yoni, I think he might have enough dashes to just get on top of her regardless.
Yeah, and I'm going to quote someone that we will not be mentioning that you, I believe, quoted before. Yone with no runes has an insane amount of sustain in the lane, right? While if those runes didn't exist, you know, the second winds, the revitalizes, the most importantly absorb life, I think Anivia just kind of completely beats Yone up in the lane. But with all of those tools available to him and the buffs to his shield that were introduced, I don't know, 5-10 patches ago, I can't even remember, it's gonna be hard for her to actually take him down in lane. Now, I don't know how exactly the matchup goes, and I feel like if they insta-lock Anivia into the Yone, they probably know something that we don't. So I'm expecting something spicy, some sort of good matchup coming out there. But overall, I think, you know, the Yone just might be extremely strong in this game.
Yeah, it is a bit unfortunate when a champion is able to, you know, they opt into 4 different things that give them sustain before they're even loading into the game, and you know, it adds up to be a lot.
Yeah, exactly. It adds up to be a lot in the game in the end, and we see, right? I forgot to even mention the fleet footwork, right? So even the fleet footwork being an extra point of pressure for this Anivia to get through, right? And it's just so much poke negation that it's crazy.
Yeah, indeed, and we're gonna be loading into the game any minute now, and gonna have to see how teams start this game out. Last game, level 1, we saw plays happening level 1 and invade into the Raptors, and already in game we're seeing some pings coming down in game, looking like red team are going to go for an invade here through the bot side, potentially.
Yeah, and I really like the adaptations from both of the teams. You know, doing these level 1 plays especially, I think it was more important last game because of just the nature of the jungle. It's 2 AP champions trying to clear faster than one another as much as they can, right? But this game I feel like it's a bit more cheesy. Last game I feel like it had a lot of merit to what they were doing, and this game it's just a bit more cheesy, right? It's they're trying to just get a pick here, which I think they might be almost getting, but the MF manages to spot them out here, and that's just gonna be the Rakan is behind the MF. Actually, we didn't see that, but I think he jumped over Drake Pit. No.
I believe he did with a W, yeah, indeed. He gets behind the MF, but he's in the wrong position to be able to punish our positioning, and looks like both teams are just gonna resort back to playing standard here. We might see junglers starting on opposite sides of the map. That would be interesting, but it seems like both junglers are just gonna start on the top side and path towards the bot side here.
Yeah, and with that, right, both bot lanes getting way more attention, which is, of course, it's just standard, right? We don't find that weird, but I think this game it might be a slight problem because of the top lane matchup. I think the Rumble might just completely obliterate the Renekton, as we see the mid lane trades coming out already, and the Yone is suffering a bit, but we're gonna have to see how that sustain. What that sustain does for him from the runes, as we see some aggressive trading in the bot side as well. Xayah fighting the MF in the back line, but taking so much damage back. I don't think this is even worth the side of Leo Esports, taking so much damage. The Leona level 1, while she isn't strong with her engage, her peeling power is extremely strong with the Q and Aftershock.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage down onto the Leo Esports bot lane here. We're gonna have to see how that plays out. The Yoni, as expected, in the mid lane, he is getting poked out, and Leo Esports, they do trade their HP a bit for wave cryo, so they are able to pick up level 2 first. Maybe they look to push on third wave and get an early back.
Yeah, that early back would do wonders for them, getting just some sort of power early in this game, helping your jungler maybe even invade. This Viego, I think they're gonna want to look with it for invades, right? If this bot lane from the side of Leo Esports manages to get consistent prio, the Viego could just walk into the jungle and kill the brand. I feel like that matchup is pretty Viego's side of it, as we see Viego doing the exact opposite of what I'm saying, and pathing here into top side. The Renekton is gonna spot him out, but this might just have to be Renekton flash. If he plays it bad, he might even die. As we're expanding over to bot side, there's another fight going on, as we see a flash from the Rumble, I believe, in the top side. Renekton going down under the tower, but that could have gone either way. That could have been a bot kill or a top kill. You never
Yeah, I
know.
believe Renekton forced a flash there, and Viego holding his flash to follow the Renekton flash. And in the bot lane, Rakan getting punished, getting a bit overeager. Leona did burn Flash Ignite, Rakan only burning Flash, and maybe the brand looks for something here. Maybe, like, I don't think a dive is possible, but he's posturing for it
Yeah,
regardless.
they might look for a dive here. If the Leona just dies for the Xayah trade, it might be worth in the end. The Rakan taking a lot of damage. The wave is still being pushed in, and the jungler for the side of Leo Esports is not close at all. And this wave is just life or death, fighting for this wave. It's not gonna go down fast enough, but the casters are gonna be there for the dive to be set up. But this is very dangerous, doing this dive into the Xayah. The Rakan going down immediately. A lot of damage onto the Xayah. The brand has to flash away, barely surviving on 1 HP. That's the red buff regen coming in clutch for the brand. And despite them not killing the Xayah still has to back away. She can't walk up to this wave. She's gonna have to give a couple minions or else she dies. The Leona going onto her. The Xayah has to flash the damage from the Leona. And the Xayah staying there is gonna make her lose at least 2 more waves.
Yeah, great play by the jungler for K5. They're starting early, posturing towards that bot side. The Rakan getting punished for his flash getting burned in the lane, and now the bot lane for Carolina here, they're quite significantly ahead. They're up a kill. The Xayah, she missed a wave as well.
Yeah, the Xayah just losing so much off that dive. Very well played from the side of K5. Just taking their opportunity, and the jungler from the side of Leo just not helping his bot lane out. And, you know, this is a big lead. The Xayah getting behind is very detrimental in this game, but you never know what's going to happen in bot side sooner or later. As we see the brand looking again, right? We saw this in the first game from the side of K5, their jungler Citron just waiting in that bush, but the Rumble is playing it. He's playing it out very, very well. He's acting like he doesn't see him, so he wastes as much time as possible of the brand. But this game, there's no Lilia on the enemy side, right? There's a Viego, and he is not going to outclear you as much as a Lilia could.
Yeah, great play by the top laner. I reckon they're on the Rumble, playing it like he doesn't know and just fooling with both of them. It's a really good ward to have in that bush, and I wonder if, like, I'm not sure if he put it there to spot out the Renekton or if he had the foresight that expecting the brand to be there.
Yeah, exactly. And as we see, as we're just talking about that, we see the Viego looking for a gank in the mid lane. The Yone ults, but there's so much damage coming out of him. He Qs away and he flashes and he actually gets out of that fight. He almost takes down the Anivia and gets out of it. We see a fight in the top side. The Rumble extremely strong with the overheat, but can't get the autos in. The Renekton just barely surviving with that heal, and that matchup not looking too hot for the Renekton. As we see again an engage in bot lane. I can't stop talking in this game, but nothing is gonna come from it, luckily, so finally I can get some respite.
Yeah, we just see the power of the Yone there with the sustain and with the mobility. He gets ganked from behind and he looks dead for sure, but with those shields, that sustain, the dash, he's able to get out of it alive. He does have to burn his flash and he burns TP to get back to the lane, but I think he's very happy with that so far. He's even in CS in the lane, and now Brand putting pressure on the map while Viego pressures bot lane to get those grubs.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot going on here in the bot lane. Diego trying to look for the trade, but he doesn't actually manage to get it. The MF ult coming over to the Rakan, but the Vamp Scepter just not enough to take him down. As we see more trades coming out, the Yone walking down, just taking down the Rakan completely for free, and that's a kill on Yone for 0, basically.
Yeah, Yone kind of just saunters on down to the bot lane and picks up a kill for free. He's gonna be very happy with that outcome, and the game not starting too great for Leo Esports here, falling behind a little bit in the early game. They've lost the grubs as well, and I imagine the brand is going to look to path towards bot side to try and get the Drake.
Yeah, and as you mentioned that, we see the brand pathing into the top side and maybe even taking down this Rumble. He's gonna go down to the Renekton queue, and that's the lane completely evening out as we see some trades in the mid lane. And while I have this option, I have to tell everybody watching right now that there's a giveaway, the first of 2 today for the event, for the org launch event. There's a double giveaway. The first is going on right now in 10 minutes, where we will be announcing the winner of the €10 RP gift card giveaway on Twitter. And if you don't win that one in 10 minutes, do not fear. There's still one happening right here on the stream in about an hour. In exactly an hour, actually. It's 8:20. We'll be announcing a winner of the second RP 10 euro RP gift card right here on the stream. So make sure to check it out on Twitter. All you have to do is like, follow, and retweet. And while I'm saying that, we see a fight in the mid lane. The Rakan with the clean flash W to just emphasize my point, taking down Leona.
Very clean roam into the mid lane there, dropping the Yoni. He doesn't have TP up, and the Anivia, she just murders those waves instantly. He's gonna miss that whole wave and a half. He's gonna be very, very sad to miss that. And this game is shaping up to be interesting. Once again, almost 10 minutes, very even. It could go either way.
Yeah, it could very much go either way. Basically, 0 gold lead for either team. 13.4k versus 13.5k, practically 0 at this point in the game. But 2 kills over to this MF. I thought the kill before on the Rakan went onto Yone, but it was actually onto the MF, so a lot of gold on this MF. A BF sword, a Vamp Scepter finished. This ADC from the side of K5 is extremely strong.
Yeah, it is, and we're seeing the Drake started up by K5 here. They are going to trade it for maybe an invade here towards the top side. Yoni is sniffing it out, but I think he can't stop it alone. But once again, Carolina now, they play a very objective-oriented game. And last game, they managed to pick up, I think it was 3 Drakes. But they did lose, however, so maybe it's not the right play.
Yeah, and while we're talking about the objectives, we see K5's mid laner fighting here in the mid lane, but the Yone, the Viego actually is ready to cancel this play. As we see the Brand standing just outside of the vision range of the enemy team, and everyone actually moving. We just saw the Fog of War removed, and everyone is here. This is a big fight. 4 players on the side of Carolina now walking up here. And I believe that's going to be the Rumble taken down, probably to the Yone. The Yone takes him down in the end. Very big roam up from the Leona. The Rakan staying in the bot lane. They can't trade back.
Yeah, they don't manage to punish the Leona for the roam. And that's another kill picked up by the Yoni. He's very happy. MF also got a good lead. And I think Carolina now, they're very happy at this position in the game so far.
Yeah, their Yone is completely chilling in this lane. He's getting poked out a bit, but his CS numbers are completely fine. The one time he died, he gave up a wave or 2, but at the same time, he has this kill to get back into the game, and you can't really expect the Yone to not get behind in lane based on how that champion works. But overall, as you said, they're completely happy with the state of this game.
Yeah, and once again, as I highlighted already, the objective focus play by Carolina now, they're starting up those second grubs, Brand securing all 3 of them. They're going to be very happy with the 6 grubs and the 1 Drake so far. I feel like the little bit of the gold lead they had there is amplified a bit by the objectives they're picking up as well.
Yeah, exactly. As you mentioned, they're playing a very objective-oriented game here. Looking, getting that Drake already in the grubs already. I don't know if they got 2. Oh, they got all the 6 grubs. Both of the grub spawns going over to the side of Carolina, and I don't really understand why Leo doesn't want to contest these objectives. I feel like they have all the tools to do so, but I guess that one roam from Leona up just kind of completely nuked their efforts to try to play those objectives.
Yeah, I feel like their plans have been a bit ruined by that, and I feel like having this Anivia in the mid lane, it kind of changes the dynamic. She's still not really strong. She has to build all these mana items. She's working towards the Rod of Ages and the Seraphs.
Yeah, and at the same time, while you're talking about, we see a solo Bolo in the top lane from the Renekton. I was too mesmerized by the talking about the itemization from the Anivia that I completely zoned out for that top lane fight. And at the same time, there's a mid lane fight, and the Yone has to ult out there to get out of the Anivia wall. That Anivia wall, I feel like, is going to be a very, very big tool for the side of Leo. The longer this game goes, very few dashes overall on the side of Carolina. Now, the Yone can't get over, but if he's out of dashes, he has to ult out or try to Q out if he can get the stacks. The Brand with no dashes at all, MF as well. The Leona, the only way she can dash out is by going deeper into the fight, so that Anivia is going to have a lot of value in this game.
Yeah, the Anivia bringing something to the game that we didn't have last game, that player-created terrain that might have been able to stop the Olaf, and we're going to have to see how that impacts the game. You're able to zone off choke points, objectives, trap people in positions where they otherwise wouldn't be.
Yeah, for sure. Just that one wall, so much value here for the side of Leo. We're gonna have to see how it pans out for them. Right now, the mid lane being completely even, as our wonderful producer shows us the gold comparison here. And the Renekton a bit ahead from that solo bolo in the top lane. The jungler's relatively even, with the Brand being slightly ahead because of his clear speed, but the mid is completely even, and the bot 800 gold for Carolina. So overall, we see a 2k gold lead, as we're gonna see a fight in the top lane here. The Grumble ult completely missing. The Renekton doesn't even have to ult to get out. The Brand combo just one-shotting both the members, the top and the jungle, from the side of Leo Esports, going down to that Brand combo. Renekton dying in the end, I think, to the Anivia, but this Anivia might go down now. The Rakan coming in for the roam, but Yone has so much damage, but the CC is just a bit too much. The Brand combo is gonna come up, but he misses his W, getting engaged on by the Rakan, but the Anivia just does almost no damage. The Rakan getting the shutdown onto the Brand. The Yone has to flash the Anivia Q, and maybe even the Yone goes down here. If he gets walled in, he might get Rakan W'd and die, but he's just about fast enough to get out of that play. Walking back in, taking some damage. He has to E away, but he's getting traded on. But the bot lane from Leo Esports suffering that entire time. Tier 1 bot lane taken down for the side of K5.
Yeah, that was a huge play by Citron to start that play on the top side, getting the flash forward into the huge AoE bomba onto Leo Esports there. A lot of damage coming down. I think maybe he just got a little bit over eager after that play and overstaying a little bit. He does die for it. It's not the end of the world. They still got a comfortable 2-for-1 in that play. 3k gold later, so looks like they're going to be starting to posture for this Drake when it comes up.
And again, what you mentioned, posturing for this Drake, and just they play for the objective, and that's just the Carolina in a way, as we've seen from both of these games. The Renekton in the top lane with TP matching the Anivia, but it doesn't seem like Carolina are gonna be fast enough to actually contest this Drake, so they're gonna be giving one over, but the fight might ensue here. Flash from Viego, flashed away by the MF. A lot of damage coming out here onto the Viego from the Brand. Leona flashing on the Xayah, and this just might be Xayah going down. There's absolutely nothing you can do there. The Renekton TPing in, and a lot of damage being dealt here to the side of Leo, but they're gonna have to try to get some objectives out of this, unless... or else the Anivia is just gonna push in the top wave, and it might not be that good even. Never mind, the Rumble, they're going back in. The dive coming out onto the Rakan. They were posturing really hard for that one. I thought they were just gonna go for tower. The Viego going back in, can't kill the Leona in time. He goes down, no resets for this Viego. The Rumble has to flash the entire Brand combo. The Yone coming in as well. The bot lane was pushed in, and this is just such a disaster for Leo Esports. K5 just completely playing with their food here. There's absolutely nothing Leo can do. They have no strength here. The MF has to 1v1 the Anivia now, kind of getting baited in by the Yone, but it seems like this Anivia is just going to go out, Yone ulting in, and now he's just going to run down this Anivia. Egg form is not going to save you here. No one has TP available, and that's going to be it for the Anivia, and a big fight for K5, taking it to a 5k gold lead.
Yeah, it's a very long, extended fight going on. A big play, big shift in gold, as you've highlighted now. And the gold is in all the right places. They've got the gold on the Misfortune, on the Yone, even on the Brand and the Renekton. It's looking a bit dire for Leo Esports here now, but we said that last game. We counted them out, and they weren't interested in being counted out.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think this series is about counting people out, because everyone has shown their resilience in these games. But as you said, right, it's looking pretty dire. But we're gonna have to see what can they do to get back into this game. Emily, what do you think? Red team here, Leo Esports. What did they look for to get back into this game?
Well, I think they have very good scaling on their champions, and I think they have to try and look for a pick. They've got that Anivia wall. If they can combo it with something like the Rumble out and the Rakan engage, it should be very easy to one-shot anyone on the team of Carolina here, and you can slowly start to shift the gold. If you get a pick, maybe you can get a tower off the pick, and that's a big shift in gold. As you see just now, they're posturing in the enemy jungle with the Anivia, the Rakan, but they have to be careful. If they overstay, it's very easy for them to get punished.
It's very easy for them to get punished, and as you're talking about, they are getting punished indeed here. The Viego is going to die to the Brand passive in the end here. Rakan getting slowed by the Brand explosion part of the passive. He has 2, of course. Gonna be taken down here by the Yone and the MF. The Yone takes down another kill, and just when we're talking about them coming back into this game, they do exactly what you said they shouldn't. A bit of a caster curse here, getting caught in the enemy jungle. 2 kills over to the side of K5. The Herald going the wrong way. A bit of a fumble here from the side of K5, but maybe it's just mental games because they have absolutely nothing to worry about in this game.
Yeah, and they overstay in the enemy jungle. They get a bit overeager to try and make a play, and it doesn't work out in their favor. They get picked up for it, and the game slipping further and further into K5's hands. And you have to wonder, maybe the first game, the result, the impact of it, it's affected the players on Leo Esports here, and they're not really showing up. This Rumble having a very rough game. The Rakan also having a very rough game. The Viego as well. And they have to try and stabilize this game before it can slip further away.
Yeah, and stabilization is the name of the game, and I just don't see how they do it, though. It's gonna be a very hard task, but as you said, right, towers are really crucial right now. There's so much objective bounty gold on the map just available here, mid tier 1, bot tier 1. If they can get that onto the likes of the Anivia or the Xayah or even the Rumble, it's going to be a big burst in gold. The Anivia is actually not even that weak in this stage of the game. I feel like the longer this game goes, the better it's gonna be for the champions like Xayah and Anivia, but at the same time, the enemy team is scaling as well pretty hard. As we see the Renekton going for a short trade in top, nothing much gonna come from
Yeah,
that.
they are scaling, but you have to wonder, is the scaling gonna be enough to close the gap that's spreading and getting wider? Like we see Carolina here, they're able to walk into the enemy jungle, they're able to clear the vision out, and it's hard for Leo Esports to contest here. This whole time, the Yone is pushing in the bot lane, and he might get a solo kill onto the Rumble here.
Yeah, but the Rumble seems to be winning that trade, and the Rumble actually takes him down in the bot lane. The Rumble winning the 1v1 into the Yone. We can see that the items are relatively even here for the top to mid matchup, Yone versus Rumble, and that's actually a very big shutdown. We talked about swinging the gold a bit back, but it's still a 6k gold lead. There's a whole mountain left to climb, but the first ledge, they've just stepped on it, and hopefully, they can keep their grip for the next steps.
Yeah, maybe Leo Esports, they can turn that play into a Drake here, potentially.
Yeah, potentially they can, as we see the Leo Esports kind of has to walk away from this Drake. Both TPs coming in, triple TP, 2 from the side of Leo, but the MF ult, big disengage, and the Drake is gonna go over to K5. That MF ult was just there as a disengage tool, but big combo hitting onto the Rumble, hitting absolutely everyone. The brand ult is on the entirety of Leo Esports. The Xayah, the Viego, both of them burning slowly, getting slowed by the Rylai's. There's so much damage coming out of this brand. The MF taking the kill on the Xayah. 3 kills over to the side of K5, and at this point is just looking extremely bad.
Yeah, Citron there on that brand, showing us why he's the Season 8 SWL winner. He gets the play, he sees the opportunity, he throws down the combos, he's so cool, so calm, so collected, and he just does so much damage. The Xayah, she's in the backline in that fight, and nobody's hitting her, but she just gets hit by Brand, passive and ult, and she's out of the fight.
Yeah, and speaking of being out of the fight, this Yone definitely isn't here, biting off a bit more than he can chew in this 2v1 in the mid lane, trying to push out the wave while his team does Baron, but Baron's still gonna be secured, and I would call that worth in the end. 1.5k gold for the team, 300 for the enemy. I think it's still a pretty good trade.
It's always worth it at the end of the day, and he's messing around in the mid lane, buying time for his team so they can finish Baron, and that's a 21-minute Baron for them secured. Almost a 10k gold lead now at to 22 minutes, and they have to be very comfortable at this stage of the game. It's going to be very hard for Leo Esports to stabilize this.
Yeah, and speaking of stabilizing, they're trying to get this Renekton down here. The Anivia doing a lot of damage. Renekton E missing out, and Rumble ult coming down. The Renekton's gonna go down, but that's all the damage gone from the side of Leo Esports. The Rakan barely getting out, but this Rumble is going to go down to this MF. The Rakan dies to the Leona, and again, we're talking about stabilizing, and they're doing a good job, but it's just not enough. The gold lead is completely too big for this game. and the Anivia has to just flash out of the MF ultimate just to barely survive.
And we just say the differential in the stats there, where the red team, the blue team, sorry, Carolina, they're able to buy so much time, even in the 2v4, the Renekton and the Leona versus the World. They buy enough time that Citron on the brand, he's able to show up with all that damage, and they just wipe Leo Esports again. And you have to think this game is gonna be over soon, unless Leo Esports can pull out something very heroic.
And hopefully they can. We don't want to see the game just going in, just finishing like we thought the last game would. We just thought it would be a complete stomp, but it wasn't, and hopefully this game turns out to be the same. But the gold lead is, I dare say it, insurmountable. And we're just gonna have to hope that Leo Esports can do something. They're on the right track though. We're seeing them going for these proactive plays. That's exactly what they need to do now. They have to look for something to get them back into the game, but every single time it's answered by K5. They're just running them down every play. 2 kills over to Leo, but that's 4 kills over to K5.
But as we saw in the first game of this series, the gold lead isn't everything.
The gold lead isn't everything, but the gold lead is definitely gonna be enough to one-shot this Rumble in the top lane, and the gold difference is gonna be enough that the Rumble can't one-shot back, so that's just gonna be a kill going over to K5.
Yeah, that is sort of the Rumble changes that we saw a while ago. He's a bit more of a bruiser now than a pure one-shot champion, and if he can't do enough damage or survive long enough, he just dies, as we saw there. And now Carolina are sieging up, and it's gonna be very hard.
Big MF ult and big Yone ult going over to the side of Leo Esports, just taking them down completely. It was a good opportunity to try to pick the Yone, but Leona ult popping onto the Anivia as soon as the Yone is trapped in there, and then the MF ult coming over, and no flash on the Anivia just means she gets mowed down by the MF ult. The Yone ult just to make sure, and it seems like the game might just end here. I don't know if Leo have enough power in their wallets to fight them here. That crit from Xayah just did about 200 damage to the Leona. They're gonna take both of the inhibs here, and they're gonna maybe look for a fight. This is the best chance they've got. The Rakan is gonna try to go in, missing just not enough move speed on that Rakan with the nerfs about 20 patches ago, not helping him at all. The Xayah goes down, the ult isn't enough, and only Rumble and Anivia remain. The Anivia is just waiting in base, maybe even a bit tilted. The Rumble is trying to clear the wave, and the wave actually gets down. The Anivia is coming in here, and they're a bit stuck in the enemy base now, but I think the Renekton might just kill the Rumble here. The wave is coming in, and there's almost no one to clear it.
They're gonna stay. They're gonna look for the end on this. The Rumble, he can't get back. He's gonna get solo killed by the Renekton, and it's Anivia versus the World. She has to buy time. She's got to buy 5 or 10 seconds.
Be coming in, and the Leona ult directly on top of the Anivia with the MF ult coming down. The Zhonya saves her for just a moment, and now the Viego is the Leona classic Viego combo. We see Viego taking down almost everyone. The brand goes down as well. Viego picking up so many shutdowns there. He's gonna try to go for more, but I don't think he can. The Yone might just win this 1v1. Ult onto the Xayah. The Xayah has to flash away, and the Yone just walks out. He doesn't care at all.
That is a big swing of gold, and even with the big swing of gold, the gold lead has increased still to Carolina now. Even with those the shutdowns they've clawed back.
Well, speaking of shutdowns, Viego got some, and now he's gonna be taken down for it. Karma coming back to punish him. The Yone just completely obliterating him at 2 items. One of the strongest champs in the game. The Yone now found the Rumble, but he might just kill everyone here. He's gonna go back with the E, and he has Q2. He's gonna go over, hit the Xayah. The Xayah ult just came up. He takes down the Xayah. The Rakan ult does almost nothing. The Anivia is gonna go down as well. This Yone is smurfing on everyone. He takes down the Anivia in the Rumble. He's killing everyone.
Wow, what an insane player. Composites on this Yone. He showed us his mechanics in the first game on that Zed, and he just showed us what might just well be the play of the game. Saving the Q3 to get over the wall, and then just using the E so well, and I think that might be game.
Yeah, I think that just might be game. The MF ult coming down for the final nail in the coffin for the side of Leo Esports, and that's going to be a 2-0 over to the side of K5.
Wow, what a game, what a game. We are going to be going quickly into the next game, so we're not leaving the players waiting too long. We are, I believe, going to skip having a break, or we might just go for a short 1-minute break while we get into the lobby. Thank you very much for everyone sticking with us. I believe when we are back, we will be announcing the winner of the giveaway as well.
Yeah, we're gonna be announcing as soon as we come back. I believe it's gonna be at 9:20. So after this game, we announce the winner of the giveaway on the Twitch giveaway. But yeah, when we come back, we announce the Twitter giveaway. Yeah, the first giveaway is gonna be announced when we come back after the short 1 to 2 minute break. So we will be right back.
Hey yo, 6-0.
Lodestar Esports now coming over to this bear, and the Volibear seems to be first to be going in with the ultimate. Sejuani ultimate missing the backline completely. MF ult coming down, taking down only the Volibear with the Vi ult in the backline on the ADCs. The jungler's gonna go down. Be a triple kill for the way, maybe even going for a quadra. To go into the third game very soon. Everyone is ready for draft, and we're just gonna wait 1 second to announce the winner of the giveaway. At You're Not Lol was the winner of the Twitter giveaway, so congratulations to you, good sir or ma'am. We're going to be messaging you on Twitter with the code, so you can redeem it in your client. Besides that, I would really want to shout out Ayo60, as you heard the call sign in our hype video. He's the main producer for our organization, creating all of the music, wonderful music you guys hear in the between games screen, so in the idle screen, and all of the music you hear in the hype video, that's all by him. So big shout out to him over there, and congratulations to You're Not Lol. And after this game, there's going to be one other very lucky viewer that will be winning a €10 RP gift card. So we're gonna go into next game very soon, I believe.
Yeah, so anyone who's disappointed that they didn't get to win the Twitter giveaway, stick around, keep watching, because we are doing one more. You've got one more chance to win another €10 gift card. We are counting down to get into the game now, and we should be going into draft any second now.
Yeah, and we are just in draft. There we go, our beautiful little design playing, and some music from Ayo60 in the background to keep the hype up, as we see the first ban going to be Gwen from blue side.
Yeah, Gwen from blue side, ban again, like we saw last game. Akali banned as well, and just to refresh everyone, this is Carolina Black versus CD Retirement Home in Division 2 now.
Yeah, Division 2 games, Carolina, their second team here. Before this, we watched the main team, Carolina, play in Div 1. Now we're looking at Carolina Black versus CD Retirement Home in Div 2. We see Carolina Black on the blue side, banning out the Lilia now, and the CD Retirement Home banning Akali and Syndra.
Yeah, champions we've seen today already, the Lilia and the Syndra, they did look fairly good, but I think both of those champions actually lost already on the stream. Zeri ban as well. I believe one of the teams, they do have a big Zeri player, so that is a fair ban. Champion very strong right now.
Yeah, the Zeri ban definitely warranted. The Draven ban might be a bit of a targeted ban here. If we look at the OP, I don't see any specific Draven playing person.
Wow!
So
That's an Evelyn lock-in carrot.
just like that on R2. Boom.
Just
Like
like
it's
that
nothing.
on R2.
That's something, honestly, yeah. And then the counter to the Evelyn, the Nautilus coming in on the B2 into the Ahri cover, and we're gonna have to see what they pick up here. What do we think of the Evelyn, honestly?
I think it's really early to be picking Evelyn, and to pick Evelyn this early, you have to be very confident on the champion, and we're gonna have to see what the player on this champion can do. It's not a champion that we see often in competitive play.
Yeah, it really isn't. It's more of a solo queue, pub stomping champion. But if they can make it work, I am very down to see it. CD Retirement Home, their draft is looking interesting, and I'm all for an interesting draft.
I am all for an interesting draft as well, and maybe they can round it out with some more exciting picks. They do have the Ezreal and the Misfortune, so it looks like we're gonna be seeing most likely Ezreal mid lane. We were talking earlier about AD mid laners perhaps slipping out of favor, but we do have the Ezreal most likely in the mid lane. Maybe they could pull some shenanigans with like a Misfortune Ezreal lane in the bot lane, but I doubt it.
Yeah, I don't think they put Ezreal bot lane here. I think you put the Ezreal mid lane in any situation in this game. Now we're just gonna have to see they're keeping the support pick for R5, so maybe they have something spicy going on here, but we're gonna have to see. The Gragas being locked in here for the side of Carolina and a Black on 4 and the Wukong on 5 into the Renekton. I feel like this Wukong is, a pretty good pick into the top side, into Renekton, just based on the recent buffs and in general how Wukong works, right, in these extended fights. But it's kind of weird to me that CD Retirement Home
I
keeps the Leona for R5.
I think it might be a Wukong jungle carrot. We were talking about it earlier, rising in
Oh,
prevalence and prominence. And I think that Gragas is being sent into the top lane to neutralize that Renekton matchup. And I do think, as you said, it's a little odd to save the Leona for R5, but maybe it's just a case of there was champions that they wanted to pick up earlier.
yeah, I guess they might have had something up their sleeve, but it just wasn't the angle maybe in this draft specifically. But overall, what do we think of the draft?
I'm a big fan of the blue side draft here. It's gonna be very hard for this Evelyn to play, I think, into the Nautilus, into the Wukong, into the Gragas, and I think she wants to try to play for this bot side here, or maybe try and punish the mobile Orianna in the mid lane, but the blue team here, Carolina Black, they've got so much setup here, there's so much CC, they've got so many big ultimates, and the Wukong Orianna combo, that's a classic. You got the monkey going in, spinning with the shockwave on top of him, and a mobile carries like the Misfortune are gonna struggle into that.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the biggest, problem this Evelyn faces here that as soon as she pops up anywhere, she's gonna get blasted by everything. There's a Gragas ult, Gragas body slam, Nautilus hook ult, Orianna ult. Kaisa has a lot of mobility to dodge that one shot, and I don't really know how you play Evelyn here unless they're planning to do some sort of, side lane split push tech, but their team isn't really built for that.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's gonna be very hard for them to side lane, especially like I don't think the Ezreal can ever really push or punish the side lane just because of his lack of wave clear and his lack of ability to really like be safe enough in the side lane, especially if the jungler can roam across and this Renekton, I think he's gonna struggle. Maybe in some situations, like the Orianna is just gonna be able to wave clear against him, and the Gragas is a like we know Gragas is a well-known neutralizer.
Yeah, for sure. Gragas just neutralizing this entire game, and I mean, I don't know. I mean, I want to see it work. I want to see the Evelyn work. I think, what they're cooking is not that bad. They have Evelyn on solo AP with 280 carries. So itemization, at least for K5B, is hard. They can't really itemize really simply into the damage profile of the side of CD Retirement Home, but it's just a fact of how Evelyn is played this game, right? We're gonna have to see what they do. Although I feel like the jungle matchup is just so unfavorable that Evelyn is gonna have to be careful where she passes on first.
Yeah, I would like to see the Evelyn pop off, but I'm not sure if it's what we are going to see. It's gonna be very difficult for her, and like even just thinking about it, I'm struggling to think of where she's gonna play. Like I think it's hard for her to look into the bot side or the top side here, and maybe her options are to try and punish this Orianna in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think the Orianna being punished is a big angle, but again, right, they have no CC to really get to her. They're kind of betting on the Ezreal winning lane against the Orianna mid lane. But we talked about it, right? ADC's mid got nerfed. 10 HP down on D-Blade. I think the Absorb Life was also changed a bit, and Orianna got buffed 5% AP on Q. That's a big buff for an ability that's spammed as much as Orianna spams it, right? So it's not last patch anymore, and I don't know if this Ezreal is gonna be able to get the lead that they really want in this mid lane.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna have to see how it plays out. We haven't seen many competitive games played on this patch yet, and yeah, like as you're saying, the AD mid laners have gotten a lot of nerfs. The Orianna also buffed. So we're gonna see this weakened Ezreal versus the strengthened Orianna, and we have a big Orianna player here.
Yeah, we see a lot of points on that Orianna coming out here from the side of CD retirement home. So we're gonna see. I'm most interested in the mid matchup. I really want to see how it plays out. Bot lane, relatively standard matchup. Leona and the Nautilus, just that's how it is. Nothing really special to say about that. But mid and jungle is what I'm looking at. Those are the matchups that are not standard and that are the most volatile in this game.
Yeah, definitely. Jungle and mid lane here. Gonna have to see how this Wukong plays out. Red team may be anticipating an invade with the Nautilus here. They're 5 stacking in the bush, but the Carolina Black here, they're just opting for the 5 point. And maybe they're expecting invade because they do have that the Evelyn. She is quite weak to invades, and if she gets put behind early, she could really fall behind.
Yeah, and it seems like they're going for some sort of shenanigans here in the bush, preparing for, some sort of bush cheese. But I don't think the side of K5B are gonna go for this. They kind of misread the play. K5B just waiting, 5 pointing normally, but it was a good call, invading early like that, or even maybe now late invading is gonna be so valuable against the Evelyn. You see the Renekton kind of hovering around her just in case the enemy team just walks into that jungle. Evelyn can't do anything.
Yeah, and once again, we have both junglers starting on the same side of the map in the top side, starting together, both pathing down towards the bot side, maybe looking to affect that mid lane, affect that bot lane. I think this bot lane, it is quite a standard matchup, but it is quite volatile, and whoever can get ahead here is going to be very happy.
Yeah, for sure. This is just bot lanes are standard, mid lane is volatile. That's what we said exactly. I mean, of course bot lanes are volatile as well, but the champ matchups are just, stabilized. These matchups have been played out so many times by so many people, as we see a big trade in the mid lane, but the Nautilus, we're talking about volatile. I mean, I guess the bot lane is the most volatile here. What happened there?
Yeah, wow, I'm not even sure what happened there, Kat. We didn't really get to see it, but the Nautilus, he does fall. He did have to burn his flash, and Leona has burned Ignite, and it was a level 1 Leona, so maybe the Nautilus hooked her and they just traded back onto him. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I mean, you would expect the Nautilus to survive that through the aftershock, but I guess he just goes down to the burst of the Leona MF. That's a very strong lane, but we see some trades going out in the top side, but the game is just gonna pause a bit here. Both pots used by both mid laners, all 3 pots lost, and the Ezreal seems to be kind of winning out here. He's doing a lot of damage to this Orianna, and the Evelyn is clearing for now completely uncontested.
Yeah, I think that's about what we would expect. Rihanna, she isn't so strong in the early game. She does scale up very well. And in that top side, we do see the early game strong pick of the Renekton. He's constantly shoving in this Gragas, and this Gragas is being forced to miss a lot of CS.
Yeah, as we see a Leona roam here into the mid lane, helping the Ezreal push out this wave. Ezreal hard trading onto this Orianna in the mid lane, but nothing's gonna come out of that just yet.
Yeah, and this Gragas is falling quite far behind. For a neutralizing pick, you would expect him to be a bit more even.
Speaking of neutralizing, we have the exact opposite going on here in the bot lane. The Evelyn doing a lot of damage over to this Nautilus, but the damage is not enough to kill him, and the Wukong just wins these extended fights. Evelyn has to flash out. Wukong taking down the Evelyn, flashing for the Leona. Both go down. That's 2 kills over to the side of K5B, and it might be the dive on the ADC now. Hook hits onto the MF. The Nautilus is gonna go down. MF flashes into the Nautilus, but gonna go down in the end, and that's gonna be 2 waves missed for the MF.
That's a huge 3-for-1 in the favor of Carolina Black there in that bot side. That is absolutely massive. That early kill being neutralized now, and as highlighted in the 14.16 patch notes, they increased the sustained fighting power of the Wukong, and we see that in the fight there. He's able to just keep fighting. He's very healthy, very tanky, and he does so much damage as well. And now the Wukong, I believe he's just gonna recall, maybe look to go topside for the grubs.
Yeah, that's what I would be guessing for them to do. But then, playing around Drakes again, no one here really has any side lane side lane power at all. The Ezreal is kind of the best side laner they have, with maybe the Renekton, but none of these champs really want to live in the side lane. As we see some strong trades here from the Ezreal over to this Orianna. He has to flash the Nautilus hook. Good roam from the Nautilus. Hex flashing, or I believe even normal flashing into the Ezreal. We see the Leona coming over here now. The Leona engaging onto the Nautilus, and he might just be caught out. The MF is here, and he has absolutely no escape. The Q coming out here, but the Ezreal EQ hitting at the end and taking down the Nautilus.
Yeah, CD retirement home, able to answer well to that Nautilus roam. Ezreal does have to burn his flash because he's using the E aggressively in lane. He gets punished for it, but they're able to punish the Nautilus in return. And now this game returns to being very even. The gold lead is like, it's a bit affected by the CS lead in the top lane here, with the Renekton being very comfortable.
Yeah, you would think that from what I know, you know, this Gragas pick into the Renekton is extremely potent. You see those trades. I don't really know how Renekton keeps recovering from this and winning out in CS, but there must be something that he's doing right. And he's just, you know, winning this lane for now. He's up 400 gold almost.
Now, purely on CS as well, it's quite impressive. You'd expect it to claw back a bit over time. The dragon is up, and we see the Wukong and the Evelyn towards the bot side here. KCD retirement home, they did lose the last 3v3, so I'm not sure it's a good idea to take another one.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be looking again. I think now the plan for CD retirement home is just to let this Evelyn just farm, let her get some power, let her get some items, and don't fight too much. As we see the Leona just walking up, taking so much damage from the Kai'Sa, but the Leona W is so incredibly strong. The Wukong is gonna get almost one shot by this Ezreal. He's on 1 HP and there's nothing they can do. The Evelyn actually takes down the Orianna in the mid lane, and now the fight is looking very, very bad for K5B. The Wukong lost so much HP to the Drake, and the Leona just tanking so much with that W. Level 4, that's 2 points into the W. That champion is extremely tanky, and that's such a big burst of gold and the objective for the side of CD retirement home.
Yeah, it's a bit of a disjointed play for Carolina Black. They start up the dragon, but the Wukong's doing it solo. And then the way they've positioned means that the Wukong was left alone in the Drake pit. And then the Orianna trying to collapse from the mid lane. She had no cover and no teammates, and she was forced to walk into the Evelyn alone. And she gets killed by the Evelyn. And now, as you said, it's a big swing for CD retirement home. They get a lot of gold and the dragon.
Yeah, and now that I have a chance to tell the audience here, keep in mind, after this game, at around 9:20 p.m. CEST, we will be announcing the winner of the second €10 RP gift card giveaway. One of you lucky viewers in the stream will be receiving that. As we see a play coming out in the mid lane, I have to just pause that announcement for a moment. The Orianna going down, and even more gold over to the side of CD retirement home. But speaking of gold over to CD retirement home, do you want gold over to you? Segway time, huh? You can get €10 worth of gold over to you at 9:20 after this game is over. So make sure you are watching the stream, make sure your friends are watching the stream, your family, increase your chances. You know, make sure all of your loved ones have a chance of getting a €10 RP gift card. And that's it. 9:20 p.m. CAST.
Yeah, and I think right now Carolina and the Black wishing they had maybe like 1,000 gold gift card to get them back into this game.
Yeah, for sure. Looking at the top
grubs
play,
do fall.
the grubs do fall, as you said, and I think this Wukong might fall as well. He's getting invaded by everyone in this top side. The Gragas has to be pushed off the top tier 1, and CD retirement home, they fumble one early fight in the bot lane, but they come back swinging.
Yeah, this game is kind of slipping away from Carolina Black here. It's not too far gone. They're still in the game, but the champions that are on the red team for CD retirement home, like the Evelyn, slowly getting ahead. That Ezreal as well in the mid lane, he has a big gold lead over the Orianna. However, the Kai'Sa here for Carolina Black is kind of their saving grace. But I think that the most crippling part of this game is the top lane. This Renekton, we expected the Gragas to be a neutralizing pick, but Renekton up almost 1,000 gold. He's up a kill, 30 CS, and 2 tower plates. That's a very scary crocodile. He's already finished the Black Cleaver, and that is the changed Black Cleaver for this patch where it stacks faster.
Yeah, the Renekton, I believe in one combo, he'll use the entire amount of reduction. I think the double EWQ combo, that's just gonna take all of the resists away from this Gragas. And with the Empowered E, he's gonna take even more armor down, and it's just gonna be so hard for this Gragas to keep playing. He's going for the full tank build as well, so this Black Cleaver has an insane amount of value in this matchup in the top lane.
Yeah, and you have to wonder, Caroline and the Black, they have to find something to claw their way back into the game. The Cloud Drake is spawning in approximately a minute and a half, and you have to wonder, are they ever gonna contest that?
I think CD Retirement Home probably win almost every fight, except if they do exactly what they're doing right now, where they pick the Leona, but they're using all of their abilities here. The Kai'Sa ult going down, the MF is gonna go down though to the Wukong in the end, and everyone survives using all of their abilities. But again, right, this is not gonna give you the Cloud Drake. Yeah, it's a big burst of gold, but the Cloud Drake, I believe now, will go over to the side of a CD Retirement Home. Even the Kai'Sa might die to the Evelynn here. Missing the Q, ulting in, and the Kai'Sa has to flash away.
I think at this point though, that Caroline and Black, the gold is what they need, the Cloud Drake. Maybe they can kind of ignore it, and they're happy to get those 2 kills. Especially onto the Kai'Sa now. The Kai'Sa on 4 kills, and she is going to be hurt without a flash, but if she can keep picking up gold, I think it's going to be very hard for them to play into her. The Wukong as well, he's finished his first item. We did see him get him picked off once, and he is falling behind on farm, but that is a very strong monkey right now.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Maybe leaving this tower and going in just for the gold is just the play right now. No, not the tower, I mean the Drake, sorry. The Cloud Drake is not gonna win you the game on its own. You know, there's no real threat yet of the soul. So just getting that gold, getting your Kai'Sa as ahead as humanly possible, and your Wukong to a point of, you know, relative strength, that's gonna be how you win this game. And we see a pick coming out from CD Retirement Home onto this Nautilus. He's gonna die immediately to this Evelynn. The WMR reduction just doing so much damage, and that's gonna be the free Drake and a kill.
Yeah, it's a very good pickup. They do burn some spells for it, including the airstream TP, but I think it's very worthwhile to pick up a kill and the dragon. They're in a very comfortable position now. The Renekton, he was moving down if he was needed, but he was not, so he just backs off. And now they do pick up that Drake, like we said, and Caroline and the Black finding themselves in a bit of a struggling position now. They're down almost 2k gold, 2 objectives, and this Ori might get picked.
Yeah, this Ori just walking into this Leona. I feel like I've seen this combo before in mid lane. The Leona CC into the Ezreal ult, into just the entire combo. Ori just goes down, and that's going to be so many plates over to the side of CD Retirement Home. You see, the Wukong is taking the grubs, right? But like, these grubs are losing value. The plates are down in 1 minute. The Evelynn is here, but she might get caught out here by the Gragas. She does have the ultimate, so she can get out if she needs to. The Wukong just using his ult to disengage, taking these grubs, but now the Ezreal is moving in, and the Renekton is coming as well, but Wukong's team is nowhere to be seen, and the jungler from the side of K5B just going down there.
Yeah, the jungler there for K5B overstaying his welcome. He uses all his spells to try and kill the Evelynn. She has the ultimate, she has the flash. She was never really in any danger, and it's a bit concerning now. It maybe feels like a bit of a desperation play. This Ezreal is picking up so many kills.
There's so many kills over to this Ezreal, and the strength is just growing for the side of CD Retirement Home. We see a top lane fight here, but at the same time, the Orianna is kind of just walking into the enemy jungle, just trying to fight this Ezreal, but she might get engaged on pretty soon. The Orianna ult hitting the Leona, but Leona is so survivable here. She has so much survivability. The Kai'Sa going in here, cleansing, taking down the Leona, but I think that might be the end for the Kai'Sa, taking her down. The Evelynn takes down the Kai'Sa as we see a top lane fight as well, but the the Orianna flashing away, but Evelynn might be taking this kill, but the Orianna has a lot of damage to give back here, and the Evelynn gets taken down in the end. The Nautilus ult just about missing the MF, and that's going to be at the end of that fight. I think that was a 2-for-2 overall.
I believe that was indeed a 2-for-2, and I think trades are okay at this point in the game, but we have to look at where the gold is going. And for CD Retirement Home, the gold is going, most of it, into this Ezreal's pocket, and it's gonna be difficult for Carolina Black to ever get on this Ezreal. They do have the Nautilus, which traditionally is a bit of a counter pick because you can't avoid the Nautilus R. But at the same time, I think it's gonna be very hard for them to ever lock him down or kill him.
Yeah, the problem is that there's not only one person to lock down from the side of CD Retirement Home. You can lock down the Evelyn, but then the MF is hitting. If you lock down the MF, then the Ezreal is hitting. If you manage to lock down two of them, the third person is always going to be hitting. And that's going to be so much damage. As we see a dive coming out here from the side of K5B. Big engage onto the Evelyn, but she manages to get the ult off, doing so much damage. Taking down one, the MF taking the other kill, and that's a very unfortunate failed dive for K5B in the bot lane.
Yeah, Evelyn, the jungler here. Eggy Azalea Banks being in the perfect position, stopping that guy dive, and she hits the huge last caress, doing so much damage down, and now the game slipping slowly further and further away from Carolina Black. That dive was maybe one of their last hopes to claw back into the game before it slips further away. They are going to manage to pick up a bot tower here, which is a bit of a saving grace, but the game overall not looking very comfortable for them. They do need to find something here on the blue team to get back into this game.
Exactly, and while you were talking about that failed bot dive, we saw the Ezreal just hitting Q after Q on the Orianna, but Q after Q might not save him here. If he hits like another couple, he might get the E back up, but there's not enough damage to kill him unless the Bomba comes out and he gets pushed back into the team and just perishes. But the Renekton is here, the Croc is mad, and the Orianna ult hitting too though. No Evelyn ult available, but the Renekton is just completely unfazed. Flash from the Leona, flash from the Renekton. Renekton double E onto the Gragas, taking him down. And now the Orianna is hunting, but is she being hunted by the Renekton? No. But there's also a 1v1 in the bot lane, apparently, which Kai'Sa obviously wins.
Kai'Sa does win indeed, and this game progressing. It's an almost 5k gold lead for CD Retirement Home. The Renekton, as you highlighted, he is huge in this game. That big fight in the jungle, he's so tanky, he puts down so much damage. We have the Ocean Dragon spawning now in 20 seconds. It is going to be an Ocean Dragon soul, and this is the soul point for CD Retirement Home. They've got the Ezreal already pushing in lanes, MF in the mid lane pushing in lanes. They're very comfortable in a position to contest this, and I think with the Gragas moving top lane, he does have the TP, but I think maybe they just give it up.
Yeah, I don't think they should contest this in the state that they are right now. Try to, get something on the other side of the map. If you trade the Drake for the Herald is an objective bounty. You should be looking for those right now. You should be pushing in mid-wave, going for the Herald, going for the top tier one, trying to get as much gold as you possibly can into your team. While you're in this disadvantageous position, you can always scale up. Your Kai'Sa is really strong. Your Wukong is relatively strong. Your Orianna ult is always going to be good, and the enemy team is all squishies. So you always have this chance of coming back into the game. But it doesn't look like they're trying to play for the objectives. They're just trying to cash the enemies out, and I don't think that's going to work as well as just going for the guaranteed gold.
Yeah, they were very slow on the move to the Herald, and they decided to try and do a bush camp play, but the red team see the Retirement Home sniffing it out incredibly well. They fish it with the Ezreal ult, and then the MFAE is able to sense that the people are in the bush. And now, Carolina and the Black, they have to back off. They don't get anything. They can get some waves, but they do pick up a bot lane tower. That is an objective bounty.
Yeah, that bot lane tower going down is extremely important for them, but they're giving away the top lane Herald here. Engage coming out from the Nautilus and the Leona, but that is not looking too good for K5B here. The Renekton coming in, and that is one strong crocodile here. There's absolutely nothing they can do, so they just walk away. Bot lane has been pushed in. You got the bot tower. You should be happy with this.
Yeah, the gold lead staying at roughly 5k, but as the game progresses, it's getting more and more difficult for Carolina and Black here to claw their way back into this game. The options are narrowing, and now see the Retirement Home on that soul point. If they can pick up that Ocean Dragon, it's going to be very difficult. It makes it that much harder to one-shot anyone, and especially this Renekton in those team fights, dashing around, slicing and dicing. If he has that regeneration, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to knock him down.
Yeah, while the Ocean Drake is a bit worse here for the side of CD Retirement Home than maybe a Mountain Drake would be against Carolyn on a black, it's still extremely good for the likes of Renekton and Leona. They will never die if they get an Ocean Drake. They will just stand there and they will take so much damage and they will never die. As we see, speaking of never dying, this Orianna is going to immediately die, but she has to flash away that MR from the passive on the ball. Probably just keeping her alive there.
Yeah, and it's worth noting as well, with that Ocean Dragon coming up, for champions like Ezreal, he doesn't really ever struggle with mana, but the Ocean Dragon will just give him effectively infinite mana to stay on the map. It's impossible to chunk him out when he has it, because if he ever hits a Q, he gets the regeneration. And we see CD Retirement Home now, they're posturing in the enemy jungle. We've picked up the mid tier 2.
We see an engage here from the Nautilus onto the Leona, but the stun onto the Monkey, just stunned for 3 seconds, eating the entire MF ult, going down immediately, while we see a bit of dogfighting here in the top lane, but nothing much coming out of it. But just the power from the MF Leona is so incredible here, taking so much damage, and that's just gonna be the Baron.
Yeah, it's huge. CD Retirement Home, they're moving very effectively together as a unit across the map here. They get a pick on the Monkey, as you noted there, and now because the jungler is dead, they're able to just turn to the Baron. And Carolina Black, they can't contest here. They're way too late. They're not able to pick up any towers. Like, they don't have waves in the mid lane either. Like, this is a Baron for nothing.
Yeah, Baron for absolutely nothing, and the Nautilus is now trying to go in, but this is a 3v4. There's nothing they can gain from this, and that's just a wasted Nautilus ult and just delaying the enemy team for about 5 more seconds, but that's gonna be it here. If we look at the gold difference, the biggest difference is just in the jungle. Almost a 3k, almost a 4k gold lead by now. And we see the Evelynn flashing onto the Kai'Sa, having to ult away, and the Kai'Sa taking so much damage, just about getting her down, using everything, but the Nautilus Ignite takes the Evelynn down at the end. The Ezreal ult coming in, and the Kai'Sa has to flash. Very good aiming from the side of CD Retirement Home, CD Tura.
Yeah, that was a big play onto the Evelynn there, knocking her down. She loses her Baron buff, but now they have 2 side lanes pushing in for CD Retirement Home, the bot lane and the top lane. Evelynn is going to be respawned for the Baron, and you have to think her death was kind of for nothing. She died, and in exchange they got Kai'Sa summoners, which in my opinion is worth.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Kai'Sa having no summoners is good, but a kill on the Evelynn kind of stops the entire Baron play. Right here, they can just... Orianna can just walk up and clear. There's no threat on her right now. The Evelynn just spawned. She knows she can't be here, and that's a lot of the Baron being thrown away with that death. But at the same time, I don't think it changes too much. It's a fumble, but it's not big enough to change the course of the game too much. This is one of the last fights where I think K5B have a chance, and they have to try to go for this. They see the TP coming in from Renekton. Orianna's gonna have to TP on the mid wave now if they want to do something. And so much poke coming out from CD Retirement Home. Gragas already missing a good chunk of his HP, getting hit by Ezreal. Ezreal has the blue buff. Ezreal has so much cooldown reduction, so much haste. The Gragas flashing in, missing the body slam, but the ult hits, and the MF is getting chunked here by the Wukong, but the Wukong's not doing enough damage. Barrier coming down, Wukong dies, but that's gonna be a trade. Renekton for Wukong, and that just might be worth. The ADC from the side of CD Retirement Home is really low. Evelynn is killing the Kai'Sa, but just about. It's a 3v3, but everyone is so low on the side of CD Retirement Home. The Leona is solo fighting, and she's gonna die here. And the Ezreal, Evelynn are the only ones alive. You can see the Evelynn passive just bringing her back to basically 100% HP, and I feel like K5B know this, and they can't go for more here. They don't know where she is.
Yeah, the Evelynn, just that fight, she just plays on the edge of the fight, and she waits for the fight to play out. She waits for her targets to get low, and then she can prey upon them. And now, oh, Ezreal does fall. That's a big
Ezreal
shockwave.
just dies. Orianna ultimate. I will look away for a moment, and the Ezreal dies to the Orianna ult. That just might be the fumble that loses them the soul point, the soul for now. Maybe K5B can just take this Drake and just stabilize for the next 5 minutes. This is a really big pick from the Orianna, but maybe the Evelynn's gonna try to steal it. We're gonna have to see. The Wukong knows that this is a possibility, uses the sweeper, but the Evelyn is waiting patiently. She's gonna walk up now that the sweeper is gone, and she doesn't get the Drake, and that's gonna be Evelyn going down. The Drake taken, the Evelyn going down, and that's so much pressure lost on the map for CD Retirement Home.
Yeah, that completely changes the timer on this game in the gold lead. It has slipped a little bit closer for Carolina Black. They're clawing their way back into this game. It's still a challenge, but it's getting closer now. And the biggest gold leads we're seeing are still in that top lane and in the jungle. Mid lane very even. But this Ezreal, I feel like he's doing so much damage in these fights. It's so hard for anyone to get on him. In that last fight at the Dragon, they burned multiple ultimates and flashes and still barely were able to get on top of the Ezreal.
Yeah, and if we look at the gold comparison that our wonderful producer just showed us, the Orianna is now completely even with the Ezreal. Ezreal has like 100 gold lead, but that doesn't matter. The biggest leads are in top and jungle now. ADC for the side of K5B is 1k ahead. The gold lead has shrunk to basically, what, 3,000-4,000 gold, and it's getting way more and more playable for the side of K5B, but now this Renekton is maybe getting caught by the Kai'Sa and the Nautilus, but the Kai'Sa just does no damage to this Renekton. As we see a dive coming out here on the bot side, the Leona hitting the E, the Orianna flashing the ult from the Leona, but that's not gonna do anything because the Ezreal is right there to back her up. Tier 2 falling for K5B and the mid laner going down.
Yeah, I feel like that's maybe the fourth time we've seen that play this game. The Leona and the Ezreal playing together to take down the Orianna. They get the tower as well, and that's another slip of the gold lead back in the favor of CD Retirement Home. And this game, it's back and forth, but at the same time, it's not that back and forth because CD Retirement Home are comfortably in the lead, and you have to imagine that they're posturing to win this game. All it takes is a couple of mistakes by...
Speaking of being in the lead, we see the top laner here, the Renekton, getting caught out. They're using everything to try and take him down, and he goes down in the end here, trying to get out as best as he can, but at the same time, they use so many ultimates, and now CD Retirement Home is completely collapsing on everyone from K5B. The Kai'Sa is trying to help the Nautilus, but I think the Nautilus is a complete lost cause, while the MF is just taking tier 3 tower down here in the mid lane. The Kai'Sa is trying to poke as much as she can with the W's, which are being extremely potent. She's going for the Zhonya, I believe, third, but this just probably means Baron for the CD Retirement Home.
Yeah, it's a very comfortable play. I think it's very well played by the top laner here for CD Retirement Home on the Renekton. He's able to buy so much time that by the time his team arrived, Carolina Black have overstayed on the map and they're out of position completely.
Yeah, and speaking out of position, we see the Leona, which I don't even think she is out of position. They're trying to trade here. The flash from the Evelyn gets body blocked by the Gragas, and the Bomba misses along with the Kai'Sa W. And that means the Evelyn just gets to walk out here, and the Renekton on the backline, MF ult just completely destroying the side of K5B. The Kai'Sa is the last alive. She has her summoners, and she's gonna get out with the flash. And now Wukong might be in danger from the Renekton, but that's Baron over in 2 kills for nothing. The Ezreal messes up his E, but he's gonna flash over, and that's just the best bait I've ever seen. He gets an E over the wall again, and the Wukong doesn't even take him down.
Yeah, we see the power of that Ezreal. His cooldowns are so low, he's able to E permanently, and they can never lock him down. They kill him, but they're gonna lose the game for it.
Yeah,
It's not worth at all. What a game!
That's just gonna be both towers being taken down. And Emily, do you have any final words for this game?
That was just what a game. I have to say, very well played by this Ezreal player and the Leona player. They linked up together so cleanly in this game as a whole. And that is a win for CD Retirement Home.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big win for CD Retirement Home. First play kind of going wrong for them, but second play and every play after that just going so well for them that it's, it's crazy. They very well played from CD Retirement. Props to them for playing out this game so well despite the early mishap. And now we're gonna go over to a 5-minute break, but before we do that, we're going to be announcing the winner of the giveaway.
Yeah.
Or maybe we do that after. Wait, yeah? I'm not sure.
I believe we'll do that when we're back after the break while we process the giveaway so we can get the winner of it. We'll go for a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be back with you.
Yes, sir.
You confessing and you know it. Play the game and never show your cards. It's conflicting in the moment, but when you're gone, it always breaks my heart. I'm heartbroken. You're missing the point of my intentions. My words are starting. Addicted to you, everything that we do.
Hello everyone, and welcome back. What a banger game we just had. Some interesting draft from CDR, maybe just drafting comfort, and it seemed to work out. But before we go into the analysis, I want to shout out the winner of our Twitch giveaway of the €10 gift card. And the winner is Mikuao. So congratulations to you, and we'll whisper you the code after so you can redeem it. All right.
Yeah, congratulations.
And yeah, moving on into the game, I want to say well played to both teams. It was a little bit back and forth, but CDR just turning out the favorites here. And I have some key points of the game that I want to go through.
Yeah.
Now, first, we have the 3:30 fight bot side, where bot laners and junglers are fighting, right? Just
So
turning out in the
3v3.
favor of just turning out in the favor of K5 Black, assuming they will start snowballing, but eventually CDR are just able to shut them down on mid jungle side, which makes it a bit rougher for them to play. Now moving on forward into the game, I want to show in 12:30 how important positioning is in this game, where Leona finds a sneaky bush on Oriana and catches her completely out of vision. Now you see Leona stepping up here. Oriana assuming she's gonna walk back into river, but no, she actually walks into the pixel bush here, waiting for the Ezreal, and then boom, she's just dead. So very crazy and smart play from Leona. And then I just have 2 points more at 2140, where odds are stacked against K5 Black, but the Kai'Sa just being able to sweep out a dive on their most fed member. Crazy play incoming from Klang. And then, oh okay, are we done? No, he sees the Ezreal ult coming in from out of vision and flashes it. What a crazy play. Now,
Yeah, that was very insane. A bit of an overstep, to be honest, from the Evelyn here, trying to go just through the Nautilus, trying to get to the Kai'Sa that has cleanse up. If it didn't have cleanse, that's probably just a very big one shot onto the Kai'Sa. But you know, really good play still from the Kai'Sa. Overeager play from the Evelyn gets properly punished as it should.
yeah. And then we have the game cementing play. Now the fight starts here, and it seems like just a normal fight, right? But we have yet to locate the Renekton at 27:40.
Yeah, the last Baron fight, effectively.
Yeah. If we can skip forward just a teeny tiny bit. Right, it's coming, it's coming. So we're starting out here. The top laner is spawning, and we didn't think about, okay, where does enemy team have wards? So they just take the fight from there, and then Renekton has a big TP ward with this flank. Look how beautiful.
Beautiful.
So then-
word flank here from the Renekton, yeah.
So then they can't play, and then it's just over. So yeah,
Just
but
completely over.
that's about it.
Unplayable, that fight.
But that's about it from my notes. The draft diff didn't seem to matter as hard as we thought it would. But let's see if Carolina Rabla can pull it back in next game. And yeah, dude, banger games we have today.
Yeah, really good games. And speaking of really good games, we also have some really good music ready for you guys right now as we go over to the break. It's going to be a couple of minutes short break, and then we come back with the last game of CD Retirement Home versus K5 Black.
All right, see you later.
60.
Welcome back to the final game of the evening. It's been a pleasure to cast everything today. It's been a pleasure to see everyone come here and, watch the stream and engage in chat. It's been so wonderful, this launch stream. I'm extremely happy, and I can't wait to get into the last game and see what happens.
Yeah, we we couldn't be happier here. Stream going great, and we've got another banger of a game coming up. Last of the day, CD Retirement Home versus Carolina Black. Can Carolina Black claw back a game? Can they make the series 1-1? That is the question that everyone is asking.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to see the first step in their clawing back the games in the draft, which is gonna start extremely soon. We're gonna have to see, what they do in the next draft, which is starting right now.
Yeah, are we gonna see something spicy? We did see something spicy. We saw the Evelyn. The Evelyn worked out for CD Retirement Home, and maybe a little unexpected. Maybe they go for something like that again.
Yeah, hopefully we see some cooking again. I'm never mad at some cooking in the draft, but maybe both teams opt into something more standard this game. But we're gonna have to see. The draft, the first bans seem completely the same as far as I know.
Yeah, looking very similar to the first game. I think it's exactly the same so far.
Yeah, exactly same in the bans at least. Yeah, the Draven ban coming in and now. Same, everything basic, just as we saw in the first game. But now, what do you want to see in terms of adaptation? What do you want K5B to change, if anything?
And I think their draft was fine. Out. I am quite happy to see the Ezreal ban by Carolina Black there. We see the Tristana pickup. That's most likely going into the mid lane. I imagine the mid laner there. Big Ezreal player. I imagine he's also a Tristana player.
Yeah, if we saw the Ezreal, we're definitely gonna see the Tristana mid now, and we see the Renekton brand on R1 and R2. Very strong top laner, good blind pick, countered here by the Ornn. I still think, good matchup for the Renekton here. The brand just strong jungler, and we see the MF picked up again, so that's double ADC again for the side of CD Retirement Home.
Yeah, we've seen the misfortune a lot today, and it's looked fairly strong. Yeah, throughout the games, we're seeing the Tristana for the first time. We've seen a Corki picked up. That's most likely going into the mid lane. So we're going to see Tristana versus Corki. Bans for the second phase coming out now. First ban is Lucian, which is maybe a bit unusual because see the retirement home, they do already have 280 carries. Maybe they're scared of. I'm not sure. A Lucian top? I'm not sure.
I don't think the Lucian can realistically go anywhere here. You see the Tristana MF, those are going mid ADC undeniably. Ornn, I don't think can go realistically anywhere but top lane, as we see the Evelyn being picked up here and the Leona. Kind of a run back draft. Ezreal banned means Tristana's open, and that's more or less the only change apart from, you know, Renekton being swapped for the Ornn because the enemy team took it, and it kind of looks almost like a salty run back here. It's very, very close.
Yeah, it's very similar. These teams, they're adhering quite strictly, other than the Evelyn pick, to the previous meta that we've been in, still favoring these AD mid laners. They are sort of falling out of favor with the 14.16 patch, but these teams they're happy to pick these AD mid laners and first see the retirement home. It worked out very well in the first game.
Yeah, but this game, there's no Orianna, there's no mage that is like in danger of losing into an ADC. You have a Corki, which is just as strong or even stronger than the Tristana early on in the game. So we're gonna have to see how much differently this game is gonna go. Tristana Evelyn definitely a bit stronger early on than the Corki brand, but we're gonna overall have to see the bot lane is completely the same. Nothing changed in bot lane.
Yeah, the
Top
bot
lane,
lane,
one champ got swapped
basic.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, the bot lane exactly the same, and it did play out quite interestingly last game. We saw some early kills for the Misfortune lane onto the Nautilus. Maybe this game it can change, but maybe it goes the same.
Yeah, maybe it goes the same, but hopefully the Nautilus learned from his mistakes from last game and doesn't die level 1 here. But I think that's gonna be pretty stable. But we're kind of seeing the same game as last game. Honestly, it's not much has changed in terms of the picks, and even the new picks that we have kind of have the same function as they did in the first game. Honestly.
I think what we have to look for here and highlight in this game is what measures are Carolina Black taking against this Evelyn. They've picked slightly different champions with the brand and with their Renekton, but how are they going to play it out? Because this Evelyn was a big problem for them.
Yeah, this Evelyn was a huge problem. They did kind of counter it early on in the game by forcing a 3v3 bot lane, but I feel like that was more of a mistake from CD Retirement Home than it was a good play from Carolina and a Black. But this game, they definitely have some more options.
Yeah, there are a lot of options for them this time around. They have very similar comps, but I think the brand, we saw the strength of brand earlier, played by Carolina now versus Leo Esports. Very prominent, so much damage potential when he gets the bounces.
Yeah, we saw that in, I feel like, the first two games that we had here. It was Carolina and a main team versus who was it again? I already forgot.
Leo Esports.
Leo Esports, of course. We saw the brand popping off in both of those games. Extremely strong pick, so not too surprised that we're seeing it here.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's still a strong pick. The nerfs that are on the PBE haven't come onto live yet. And I think what we have to highlight here is I think the mid lane matchup and the bot lane matchup here. Top lane, I'm expecting to be fairly quiet. It's Renekton versus Ornn. We expect it to be a bit Renekton favored early on, and then sort of Ornn is there to neutralize the matchup. But we said that last game with the Gragas, and the Renekton was able to stomp the lane, so maybe it goes differently.
Yeah, but we have to also know that that the players are swapped now, right? The Renekton player
Mhm.
from last game is no longer on Renekton, so we're gonna have to see if the opposite player here can do the same on Renekton as his opponent did. We're gonna see how that top lane matchup goes, but as far as the rest of the map, I'm not going to say the bot lane isn't volatile, because it is, apparently, based on the first game. But the mid jungle, again, is what I'm looking at. You know, the mid lane 1v1 is going to be extremely, extremely dangerous for both of the mid laners. The junglers are just going to try to outclear each other. And I feel like we're going to see a lot of fighting around the map.
Yeah, definitely. I'm hoping for a lot of fighting, a scrappy game by both teams. They want to fight. They want to get prio. Look for these grubs. Look for this Drake. We are getting into game now, and it's gonna be interesting what we see level 1, because level 1 last game we saw the team with the Evelyn. They postured and grouped together to stop an invade. Maybe they go for a similar play again.
Yeah, but it seems like the opposite team is gonna go for a similar play on top side, but invading instead of walking into their own bush and waiting. An interesting play coming out here from the Tristana and Orin. Both of the teams kind of missing each other, and but 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 at the same time, K5 Black just get control over the blue buff for free.
Yeah, the two teams passing each other like ships in the night, and the Carolina Black, they're able to drop down the ward in the enemy jungle, getting some good intel. They're gonna know almost instantly that the Evelyn, she's starting on the red buff, but she seems to be moving up. She's gonna get spotted out on the ward, and they're gonna be able to track her pathing very effectively.
Yeah, regardless if she starts on blue or red, they're gonna know her pathing sooner or later. If she doesn't show up on the blue, then you already know where she is. So uh, Evelyn pathing knowledge secured for this game as we see that she starts on the blue buff. Both junglers starting topside again. That's been a pretty common occurrence in all of these games. As we see some trading going on here in the mid lane, just even trades as of right now with double ADCs in the mid lane. But what are you expecting to happen this game?
I think this game is really gonna depend on the bot lane matchup, to be honest, because I think the mid lane matchup should be fairly even, and we've discussed the top lane matchup. It could go either way like last game, but it should be even, and this game is gonna be decided on which jungler can get the better ganks onto the bot lane.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. A lot of engage tools for both of the teams here in the bot side. It's gonna be very potent down there. We're gonna, similar to last game, I think we're gonna see a lot of plays in the bot lane. As I say that, this plays happening in top and mid instead of bot lane. Seems like K5B have learned in the bot side to not contest the wave and die level 1. But trades happening all across the map.
Yeah, we see big jump in by the Tristana there when she hits level 2. She is very strong when she has the W and the E. Corki gets chunked out and he has to be careful now. He's below half HP. If she does that again, she could kill him or chunk him out of lane, and then that's very bad news for him.
Yeah, of course, and while we see everything that's happening in the lanes, we also see the junglers pretty even on the clear. The Brand kind of falling behind, and the Leona MF using their prowess to invade here, and the Brand has to flash away. He's not respecting the amount of bot lane prio that MF Leona have generated. They just walk out and trade flashes, which is an extremely good trade. And Brand is already, he was slower on the clear, but now he's even more behind.
Yeah, it's a really good play there by the bot lane of the CD retirement home. They're able to buy a lot of time and pace for the Evelyn in the jungle. Now that Brand is behind, but you have to wonder, is it worthwhile? Because now Carolina Black, they have the prio on the bot lane, so the Brand is able to move first for the Scuttle Crab, but they do have that Tristana lurking. She has the prio in the mid lane. She could move down, and the Brand, he hasn't picked up his blue buff, so he is only level 3 at the moment.
The Brand being level 3, but nothing much is gonna come of that. Some trading happening in the bot side, but Leona is so incredibly tanky with her W. We see Renekton and Ornn fighting in the top side, and Ornn is probably just gonna go down to this Renekton, kind of over-eager on that wave, trading into the amount of sustain that Renekton has, but just gonna go down in the top lane.
Yeah, what we saw there was interesting as well. We see Ornn holding his flash, and people at home might be questioning why doesn't he just flash, but the Renekton also has flash, and maybe the Ornn thinks it's better that they both don't burn flash rather than they do both burn flash.
Yeah, fair enough. The flash is going to be really valuable on Dorn, especially if some, you know, shenanigans happen topside by Brand walking in. You can flash the combo. You're dead anyways there if you flash or if you don't flash. So better to just keep it for the next possible engage. Because we're looking at the bot lane, but this Renekton is just slamming this laning phase. Renekton being extremely strong in the games that we've been watching.
Yeah, Renekton is Renekton. We've seen him a lot in competitive play over the years. Doesn't matter what happens, he always seems to claw his way back to the top.
Yeah, every single time. I guess the the abilities on that champion, the play, it's just how you play that champion is so standard and so reliable that, you know, everyone just, you know, picks it.
Yeah, definitely. He's able to get the prio. He's able to bully a lot of melee champions. He just does so much for people. And this game so far, very quiet opener. We're about 5 minutes in. There's only 1 kill in it, 200 gold, and yeah, we're gonna have to see how this unfolds. Both junglers going full clear into full clear. Evelyn has quite a bit of pace on the brand, and she's gonna be hitting that level 6 soon, and that's really when she starts being able to play the game with the stealth, the invisibility, able to bypass those wards, and it starts to become a challenge when the Evelyn is level 6.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned that. Extremely potent at level 6 just because of the unknown factor where Evelyn can basically pop up anywhere. You have to ward her camps, you have to buy control wards, but every control ward is just attacks, and you know, if she just walks up to every control ward you place and kills it, that's just a gold trade. You're basically spending 3 minions of gold to give her 2 minions of gold back, and you know, in any way it's kind of worth for the Evelyn.
Evelyn, one of those champions that has to completely change the way that the enemy play the game. Very game warping, and a lot of people can struggle to play into these champions. A lot of these champions, they don't traditionally see a lot of competitive play because they are very one-dimensional in what they want to do, but that can also be a strength.
Yeah, of course, the strength of these off meta picks, these weird pocket picks, is always the fact that they are weird. That's their biggest strength. People don't know what they do. And if you don't know what a champ does, you're not used to playing against it, and if you're not careful, these champions are usually champions that if you get knowledge checked by them, they win. And they win the game.
Yeah, indeed, and we saw Carolina Black there picking up the early Ocean Dragon. It's going to be very nice for them to get those dragons stacking. The grubs are up and both junglers are on the top side. Gonna be interesting to see if they can try to fight or contest for this, but I would be surprised because the Renekton, he is generating so much prio on the top lane here. Ornn is constantly pushed in, and you'd think that Brand would want to use that prio to get the grubs.
Yeah, and we just saw red team here, Carolina taking that Drake practically for free, but now, as you mentioned, the Renekton, with the pick we've been talking about, this stable top lane pick that everyone just keeps picking forever, has prio, always. And the Brand and Corki are moving up now, but the Renekton might get picked here by the Evelyn, but he flashes straight into the Evelyn. I don't know if he knew that she was there. The Evelyn ult isn't enough to take him down, and the Ornn using his flash now, but it might just be in vain. He's gonna get taken down by the Corki here. Big kill over to the side of K5B, and that's probably just gonna be the grubs.
Yeah, I think very well played there by the Renekton. His flash looks a bit unusual because he flashes like through the enemies, but he's flashing towards his allies and he's able to buy enough time. Evelyn manages to steal a grub.
Yeah, Evelyn takes one by just walking up and smiting it, and Brand takes the second one. He's gonna get picked up here by the charm from Evelyn, maybe getting taken down by the Tristana at the end with the bomb. And that's just a bit of a fumble here. When they moved for that top play, the Tristana got full mid prio, and then CDR just playing with that mid prio to move for the grubs was very well played.
Yeah, the Evelyn, she plays that very patiently. She just waits in the bush and she uses that stealth to walk up and just smite a grub away.
Yeah, and that's how many grubs? That's one grub over to the Brand only. Do we see a trade coming out here in the bot lane? The Nautilus having to flash out here. The Leona doing so much damage. The MF flashing to secure that kill onto the Nautilus. Again, K5B's bot lane just losing.
Yeah, they're kind of just falling over again. The Nautilus dying again in the 2v2, unfortunately. And as you highlighted, that is 2 grubs picked up by CD Retirement Home and only 1 for Carolina Black. Both teams still capable of getting that 4 grub level. They can get it either team can get it, sorry, and that is a bonus. And you would think that champions like this Corki and maybe the Tristana and the Renekton, they would all quite like to find some value within those grubs.
Yeah, for sure. All of these champions on both teams just love hitting towers. At least the mid laners for sure love hitting towers. But the grubs are almost never bad, especially if you get them early. But just the amount of grubs that CDR managed to steal is is very unfortunate for the side of K5B, but the game has stabilized a bit. We're in a bit of a low state. Nothing is really happening. Nothing too intense. We see some trading in the top side. Ornn getting abused by this Renekton. And we see a Brand gank mid that doesn't really seem like a gank.
Yeah, we see the Evelyn. She's a bit behind enemy lines there, but that is the power of the stealth on the champion. She's able to maneuver and navigate where other champions would get spotted out by vision. It's so prominent, like we see here. She's able to stand in the middle of the lane and the Corki is completely unaware. It's so dangerous. It adds such a level of volatility to the game because you can never be sure where this Evelyn is unless you're really tracking her. And I think is worth highlighting is on the side of Carolina Black here we see not one, not two, but three wards in the enemy jungle. One on the Gromp, on the chickens, and on the Krugs. They're trying to keep that Evelyn warded out, so they should have an idea of where she is, but at the same time, she could be anywhere.
Yeah, I really love that you point that out. Very good awareness of the game from K5B. Warding all of those camps is really crucial, and it's almost all that you can do against the Evelyn. There's not much more that you can do. When we're talking about what can you do, this Ornn is gonna do something about this dive. He's going to not let these minions crash, and if they don't crash, there's no dive on this Ornn. And it seems like the brand is just gonna accept that fact that Ornn is outplaying this and take the Gromp and leave. And now Evelyn is here, and the only thing that's left is no Gromp.
Yeah, we see the Arden. He swallows his pride there and he uses the Call of the Forge God to clear the wave, which is, it's a good play to do, but at the same time, he has no ultimate now. He does dissuade the dive, and they are looking for a gank from the
top lane now. You mentioned no Ornn ultimate, but I don't think they need the Ornn ultimate. Trying to give this kill over to the Evelyn, trying to not use the ultimate as it is Evelyn's main tool to play the game. Ornn manages to steal the kill at the end for some reason, but it's gonna help him in lane regardless. But the move from Leona means Nautilus and Kai'Sa from the side of K5B get prio for this Drake.
Drake is up, and I believe Brand has started on the Mountain Drake now. That will be the second Drake, and I think it's interesting that Carolina teams as a whole, we're seeing them be quite objective focused as an organization. I think it's good to see.
Oh my lord, just as you're talking about the objectives, we see that CDR is not objective focused at all as they walk mid to just kill the Corki. But that's gonna mean that the Leona goes down in the end, wasn't sure. But the flash has to be used by the Brand and then by the Tristana to dodge the entire combo.
Yeah, that's a lot of summoners burned by both teams and ultimates. Brand ultimate, Nautilus ultimate, Kai'Sa ultimate. And now the red team, Carolina Black, they've walked up for these grubs. They are gonna secure the 4 grubs by the looks of it. And Corki burns the TP to get to the bot lane to stop the misfortune from pushing the tower.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what they're doing right now, and there seems to be some sort of resistance here for the MF. She does not want to walk away. She keeps trading on this Corki, not letting him get anything in this lane. She almost dies here, but that means the Corki is gonna go down to the Evelyn here. The E goes down, the W, and the Leona takes the kill in the end.
Yeah, that's a big overstep by the Corki. You have to imagine that he knows that's a bait. It's very hard for him to secure the kill there. It's MF is still 300, 400 HP when she's under the tower, and he just dies for nothing. He gets the wave, but he dies, and he is stacking the cull, but at the same time, this Evelyn is all over the map, picking up assists and kills, and it's gonna be very scary because the champions on the red team, the champions like Brand, Corki, and Kai'Sa, they are very vulnerable to this Evelyn. Even the Nautilus in the Renekton, the Evelyn doesn't care how tanky or not you are, she is going to one-shot you.
Yeah, exactly. Evelyn W just does not care about your resist, and Evelyn base abilities don't care about your HP. So even if you are this Renekton, it does not matter at all. And I love that you mentioned that, since you know, you expect, you know, AP assassin bad into magic resist tank, but it's not necessarily true. As we see this Leona going in here on someone that I can't even see who that is. There was the Brand, and the Brand goes down immediately from that combo. Ornn flashes out. Renekton flashes out, but he goes down to the Evelyn ult. The Tristana jumping in and getting hit by the Leona stun, but the Kai'Sa is kind of outplaying this. Evelyn is 1 HP, and Ornn coming back into this game. Kai'Sa ulting in, taking the kill on to the Evelyn, But now, 2 tanks versus 1 Kai'Sa. Who wins? And it seems like it's gonna be the Kai'Sa. Ornn hitting his abilities, though, means the Kai'Sa is going to explode. And at the same time in the bot lane, Corki shoving the MF out of the lane.
Yeah, that is almost disastrous for Carolina Black, but the Kai'Sa player, he's able to claw it back and get a triple kill now. 4-1-0 now for him, and because he died after, like, immediately after the kills, the shutdown doesn't fall for him yet, so he has the 200 gold shutdown still, so that is a very good trade. They managed to pick up the Herald. Renekton has the Herald. Maybe he can break top lane with it. And now there is a 4-1-0 Kai'Sa to contend with. And as we saw in that fight, she's able to put down a lot of DPS when they can't lock her down.
And speaking about big numbers on the Kai'Sa, I want to thank SOL for giving us some big numbers on the stream. Hello everyone joining from the raid. It's been a banger stream. We're a bit exhausted at this point, but these games have been fire. And this one is looking like a banger as well. We have an Evelynn jungle for everyone that wasn't following. And we have this Nautilus getting almost one-shot by the Evelynn jungle, which will come true at the end, see?
Yeah,
so thank you again, SOL.
Yeah, thank you SOL for the raid. It is much appreciated. Thank you for everyone joining us. Sadly, you're a bit late for the giveaway. We've already gave out the winners, but we are here with a banger game. Carolina Black clawing their way back into this game against CD Retirement Home. The game, it is fairly even. There is a little bit of a gold lead, and I think what we have to watch out for in this game is this Evelynn. She's prowling around the map. She's looking for people to murder.
Yeah, and that's, I think, what she's gonna keep doing for the rest of the game now. She's in a pretty good state. She is down a lot of CS, to be fair. She's down a lot of CS, which is a bit unfortunate. But she's up in gold on this brand regardless. And first item spike on Evelynn, pretty strong. 3 kills. This champion is going to kill anyone immediately. So definitely prowling around the map, just looking for kills at this point.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to see how the teams play this out. We see Carolina Black in this game. They're playing a very standard, very sort of slow, methodical, objective-based gameplay.
Yeah, and speaking of slow, methodical, objective-based, we see the Leona going in, completely disregarding objectives, but the Ornn getting a big CC chain on everyone. The Kai'Sa going into the backline, but she gets out with 1 HP. She's now stuck on the enemy side of the map. That was a big play from the side of CD Retirement Home. And the Kai'Sa manages to get 1 more kill. Klang has been smurfing the past 2 games, taking down absolutely everyone here. 5 or 6 kills on the Kai'Sa at this point. Really good engage from CDR, but at the same time, the Kai'Sa gets something back.
Yeah, what we saw in that fight, we saw the sheer tankiness of the Leona. She has the Aftershock, the W. She's picked up the Warmogs now. She's able to tank 3 people effectively for long enough time that her team are able to claw back the fight and get a lot of kills. Now the mid lane tower falls for Carolina Black, and that's a big pickup.
Yeah, and with that mid lane falling down, it's gonna be CD Retirement Home winning out here. So Carolina picks up the mid tower, but that's not gonna be for free here. The Leona is almost completely unkillable with that Warmog just going in. She does not care. And this brand 0-3 about to be 0-4. The Evelynn looks like she's gonna completely obliterate him. He gets a big heal though, but it's not gonna mean anything in the end. The Nautilus is just gonna be left for dead here by his own ADC, but rightly so. You don't want to take too many deaths for that one misplay.
Yeah, once again, the tankiness of the Leona coming up big in that fight. The Kai'Sa really late to join the fight.
What just happened? I looked away for a moment and Kai'Sa came back.
Yeah, Evelynn was solo doing the Drake, and the Kai'Sa sort of just sneaks in there and she hits her with the upgraded Q. There's so much damage on that, and Evelynn falls. They are gonna get the Drake in return, but that is the Evelynn. She did die. Another kill picked up by the Kai'Sa. 6-2-0. The game is kind of in her hands now to win for her team. Carolina Black, they want to get a win here. They're 1-0 down, and they don't want to get 2-0. This Kai'Sa, if she can get a 3rd item, she is going to be very strong.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's just been the name of the game for the past 2 games here. The Kai'Sa just getting super strong in both of the games. We saw it in first. Klang just completely playing out of his mind here, trying to get his team back. As we see Tristana, the buffer is not good enough. The Nautilus hook hits, the ult coming out, but the Tristana ult knocking both away. Nautilus hook is back up, and I don't think this small Tristana can defeat the Crocodile, although her W gets her out. It's off cooldown, and she gets out of that fight.
Yeah, the safety of the Tristana with the rocket jump, and you have to imagine that in that short fight there, the plated steel caps that she has is saving her from the damage of the Crocodile, and they're stabilizing the game well. Carolina Black here, they're not falling over, they're making plays aggressively, they're trying to get themselves back into the game, but there is a lot of control over in the side of CD Retirement Home. They're now posturing inside the top side jungle, looking for a pick on this Corki, maybe waiting for someone to come walking into the jungle like this Nautilus.
This Nautilus, I feel like you jinxed him a bit here, but he gets the Q out and manages to proc the blast cone to barely get out here. And this seems like it's gonna be a bit of a skirmish in the top side quadrant of the jungle here. The Ornn is trying to get the tower, but the Corki wave clear is just a bit too much. And I love that you pointed out here, right? Carolina has been playing for objective this entire game. They have 4 grubs and they have 2 drakes already. And on the other side, we see CD Retirement Home, first of all, fighting here in the bot lane, but it's not going to be a favorable fight for the side of CD Retirement Home because there's only one member, and that member is getting blasted. No jump, no second jump this time for the Tristana.
Yeah, we see a great play there using the Kai'Sa ultimate to shift into that fight. The Renekton, he puts the stun down onto the Tristana with the W, and it's enough for Kai'Sa to dash in. And even though Tristana's jumping away, the Q still hits. All the pellets of that Kai'Sa Q hitting so much damage coming down. And now you have to wonder, is this game really that in favor of CD Retirement Home? They've got a 400 gold shutdown on the Ornn with 5 kills. That's a lot of gold. And maybe the gold is in the wrong places here because there is some in the hands of the Evelyn and the Misfortune. But the Kai'Sa for the other team is just so strong right now that maybe the game is a lot closer than we initially thought.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was trying to get to before I got interrupted by K5B's really good play in the bot side, to be fair. But, you know, we said that Carolina has been playing for these objectives, right? And CDR has been just playing for the kills, playing for the gold lead. But with the Kai'Sa getting so many kills back, you see the gold lead has completely shrunk. It's at about 3k right now, which isn't that meaningful, especially since you mentioned that most of the gold is on the Ornn for CDR. So we see the Nautilus going in here and having to waste ult, but to get my point across, it's just the gold is even and the objectives are in favor of K5B, so, you know, I think
Kai'Sa,
we
she
see...
finishes her back there. She was sitting on the dagger. She picks up the whole rest of the Nashor's Tooth now.
My
That's
lord.
a lot of AP coming down. And those 2 items, the Rage Blade and the Nashor's Tooth, will mean that the Kai'Sa has W upgrade now.
And speaking of W, we see Kai'Sa going in here again, trying to do the same play on the Tristana with the Renekton, but it doesn't actually manage to work. The Evelyn W going onto the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa has to flash away from the Leona ult in the end, and that's 4 people from CDR here in the bot side. The Corki being free to push out on the top side, but Drake is up in 48 seconds, sorry. Hopefully not that long for the Drake. And CDR have complete control over the bot side jungle.
Yeah, big control, and they're looking to take this mid-tier 2, and I don't think there's anything that Carolina Black can do. Corki is pushing in topside, and he is going to get the tier 1, but a tier 1 outer for a tier 2 inner is never worthwhile. And you have to imagine that CD Retirement Home, they're going to peel back now, and they're going to be able to pick up that Drake. Nobody's responded to the Corki yet, however, and maybe the Corki pressure is enough that Carolina Black are going to be able to prep this Drake and take it.
Yeah, we see everyone kind of rotating on the map right now. CDR has to rotate top to stop this Corki push, but Corki just bases and walks mid with his team, so this Drake is just up right now. But again, just the vision prio for the entirety of CDR in the bot side jungle is enough to have them easily take the mid wave and then easily take maybe even bot side kills.
Yeah, you have to imagine that maybe one team would try to pressure the Baron here while the Drake is up, especially CD Retirement Home. I feel like you could trade this third Drake, the soul point, for the Baron, and then leverage the lead you could get from the Baron.
We see a big Leona ultimate coming down though. The Brand has to flash out, MF ult used, but it just did so much damage. The Brand damage be coming in as well. He might have died immediately, but he pressed his R button, and that means that almost everyone from the side of CDR dies, but it's still a 3v2, but the strongest member on K5B is alive, along with the Renekton, but the Ornn just engaging on the Kai'Sa. He is so incredibly tanky with all of those kills. The Evelynn hitting the W proc onto the Renekton. We were talking about this before. The Renekton MR does not matter at all, and Ornn taking down the Kai'Sa, getting the shutdown. Maybe the gold on the Ornn isn't even that bad.
Yeah, that was a huge play by the support of CD Retirement Home, getting a huge engage on the Leona with the MF ult coming down across of it. And I feel like the result of that fight is the result of the play we saw a few minutes ago, where the Kai'Sa, she was forced to burn Flash, she was forced to burn Cleanse, and now for this fight, the fight that we just saw play out, she has to play so carefully because she has no summoners, and she keeps using her ultimate aggressively. It's so hard for her to play because there's so many threats.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Kai'Sa is kind of the only champion right now on the side of K5B. Everyone else is so incredibly behind, but the Brand still doing some sort of damage. The jungle is almost completely dark, as our producer just pointed out here, for the side of K5B, but they know the Baron's not being done anymore, and this is just fine. CDR just take the bait. I mean, they just bait the Baron and then they leave. It doesn't really matter. They don't care. They're winning overall in terms of objectives, and they're so far ahead. You know, we talked about the Ornn again. I'm gonna say this. We talked about how he has all the kills, or most of the kills. Honestly, the Evelynn has 10 now, so you know, kind of the game has changed a bit. But the Ornn being so strong means that no one can kill him on the enemy's team.
Yeah, indeed, we did highlight that it could be an issue that the Ornn has a lot of the gold, but we saw in that last fight, he's frontlining, and this AP on-hit Kai'Sa, she's hitting him, and he just doesn't care. He just walks at her and eventually kills her.
And speaking of walking at them, the Renekton just engaging on the Tristana by walking at her, and the Kai'Sa following up with the ultimate. I feel like I've seen this play a couple times already. Renekton just hitting the W, the Tristana buffering the stun, but it doesn't really matter because the CC has gone through and the Kai'Sa can go. We see the Leona going in now onto the Corki. Triple ultimate taking him down. The MF ult, the Ornn ult, the Leona ult, all of them used, and they just obliterate the Corki.
We might get a bit of a race for the end of the game here.
K5B is doing the Baron here. They're not gonna base, and the Evelynn is just jumping in, but she dies just about. The Kai'Sa's 1 HP. They can't do this Baron, and 3 people are pushing bot side, and the Renekton can't solo stop them. Renekton going in now. He's trying. He's trying. The wave is cleared. The wave has been
what
cleared.
A play. The Kai'Sa's back. The Brand and the Nautilus are finishing the Baron, but there's a TP.
The TP coming on to this Baron. The Ornn coming in. Ornn is just gonna kill the. He's gonna kill the Brand and take the Baron.
Oh my god, what a play by the Ornn. Like, wow. And you have to imagine that this whole play, it came about because Carolina Black, the Corki player, he didn't respect the cross map. The Kai'Sa and the Renekton made the play on the Tristana, and it's so obvious to us competitive play watchers that the cross map is gonna come down, and the result of the end of the cross map play is that the Baron, it goes in favor of CD Retirement Home. They take the inhib also. They were hitting the Nexus tower almost, and they're up almost 5k gold now. The dragon spawning in 2 minutes. They are in a very comfortable position. This Ornn is backing. He's picking up his 5th item, sorry. He is, it's gonna be really, really difficult for anyone to kill him.
Yeah, Ornn just now being a complete crazy raid boss at this point, but it's important to note, I just noticed the Brand got the Baron.
Yeah, he did. It seems like the Brand Burn or the Brand Leandries actually picked up the Baron. Sorry for the confusion. We just assumed that the Ornn was actively hitting it, so he got it. It's a bit like the solo queue games character where the Twitch accidentally gets the red buff level 1.
Oh yeah, that's very fun. But I mean, in this case, it helps them. So finally, something looking good for the side of K5B. Speaking of something looking good, we see the Leona just walking in, but she flashes on the Brand. The Brand gets engaged on by everything. He has to flash out. He's 1 HP, and the Ornn ult takes him down in the end. The Leona is going to go down now. and the Nautilus ult onto the MF. The MF has no ult now. The Kai'Sa's on the backline, dealing
Kai'Sa
so
on the
much
backline.
damage, completely destroying everyone. The Evelyn goes down, and now it's only the Ornn left. The raid boss is alive, but he might just kill everyone. He's not dying at all. He takes down the Nautilus first, but in a long fight, he has no healing, and he can't survive that
Still
long.
alive.
The Quake is gonna flash. He's gonna take the 1,000 gold shutdown. What a play from K5B coming back into this game. Clang absolutely smurfing.
Clang? I don't know if that's Clang. I think that might be Jackie Love playing Kai'Sa here. This is an incredible player. He's 12 kills. He's got the team on his back. He does not want to lose. He does not want to get too old. They've got about 10 seconds for CD retirement home, and maybe K5 Black can play for an end here.
Yeah, and K5 Black, you see they're trying for the end, but they realize that it's going to be a bit too hard for them to completely end the game, but they take as much as they can, and as much as I feel like they're allowed to, they're going to go for this Drake here. Clang is so incredibly strong with this AP on-hit Kai'Sa. He's going to just destroy this Drake. They can't let the Evelyn get over, though. She might flash and get it. And she misses the smite and uses the ult, and she doesn't get the Drake. That's third Drake over to the side of K5B.
Yeah, well played by the brand player for Carolina Black here. He's cool, he's confident, he saves his smite, and he gets the right smite. And now this game, dead even in gold now. Clang is absolutely massive, and we saw in that play, he was able to get a stack on the Misfortune in the backline, and he dashes right past the front line, he kills the Misfortune, he kills the Tristana, and the Ornn is left alone to play the game.
Yeah, the Kai'Sa just kind of acting as an assassin in this game. We were talking about assassin picks in before the first game even, and we got the Zed in the first game, and then now we're just having the Kai'Sa work as an assassin. But at the same time, we see Ornn upgrades on everybody on the side of CDR. We see the death cap for Evelyn. It's been upgraded for a while now, but the rest of the items upgraded as well. And this Corki is doing so much damage. Kai'Sa W coming in, Nautilus ult coming out on the Tristana, and if the Kai'Sa goes backline here, she might get so much damage off. The Leona getting hooked in, but the big MF ult, it's not gonna do enough damage. The Nautilus taking the brunt of the impact there. Renekton's gonna go down. Kai'Sa has to Zhonya's the Evelyn engage, and Evelyn's getting chased down now. She's 1 HP, but she's healing now from her passive, and that's a bit of an even trade. The Kai'Sa staying here. Maybe she gets the Evelyn down, and Evelyn's probably gonna get one shot. Both of the players go down. The Kai'Sa gets one shot, and the Evelyn gets one shot at the same time.
Yeah, we see the raw damage output of both those champions, both having huge executes on their abilities. The Evelyn with the ultimate and the Kai'Sa with the passive damage. They trade out, and that fight was interestingly played by both teams. We see once again just the tankiness of some of these members, like the Leona, the Ornn. They just don't die.
Yeah, they just don't die. The only one that can realistically kill them is the Kai'Sa, but I feel like K5B are playing it correctly. They're having the Kai'Sa dive, kill the squishies, and then, you know, she can start hitting the front line, because I don't think they win a straight front to back. Corki isn't that strong. The brand is relatively strong, but not in a front to back. If they just get if CDR gets an MF ult down like they did, K5B is kind of forced to dive.
They are forced to dive, and we see this Clang on this Kai'Sa. He keeps making these dive plays, and that didn't work out for them that fight. And now we have a bit of a lull in the game. We're 2-minute timer for the Drake, and we have to imagine that the outcome of this game is gonna be decided at this Drake play.
Yeah, definitely. This Drake or this Baron, probably this Baron already in 15 seconds. Last fight, most likely here. Both teams have the option of just not playing it. The Kai'Sa gets picked here. She gets engaged on by the Leona, and that's a huge pick on the Kai'Sa. She goes down, and that, you would guess that spells the end for the side of K5B. The Kai'Sa did her best. The Renekton tries to get some kills back, but the Corki dies. The Tristana has the Guardian Angel to save her. Although the Leona might just die to the brand passive burn, she does. And that's the Tristana going down as well. It's a 2 for 2, and I thought the fight would have been over earlier.
Yeah, 2 for 2. A bit of a disaster for Carolina Black. Clang on the Kai'Sa. He's very late on the cleanse. He gets tagged with the slow from the Leona ult, and he doesn't cleanse it immediately, so he gets caught out.
And now we see the Ornn going in, trying to fight this tower, but they don't seem like they're gonna go for it completely, which is a good play. They want to kind of reposition now and probably just go for the Baron because their teammates are respawning, but there's no TP on the Tristana, and Corki's gonna be up earlier, as well as the Kaisa, who died first in that fight. The game is still open. Unless the
Game is
Nautilus walks
very
in here and
open.
dies. Okay, he's fine.
You have to imagine that the players, they're very nervous at this point in the game. It's so volatile. One mistake and the game can be decided.
Yeah, and that one mistake might just be the Ornn walking in here, but he never dies. The ultimate from Nautilus hitting the MF, and the MF dies. It's a 2v5. I don't know why the Ornn and the MF stayed here, and that's a 58-second death timers. And K5B have a wave.
Very well played by K5B there. They realize that they're not killing the Ornn in time, so they just walk past him and ignore him. And they're able to pick off the misfortune, and now they're posturing to end the game.
Yeah, they're posturing to end this game. They have a big front line defending them, and there's almost no damage to come out from the side of CDR here. They have the Tristana, but she's never really been the main carry. The Leona ult comes down, but both towers are immediately dead. The Evelyn is behind, but she doesn't have flash, and the game is just gonna be ended by the Kaisa and Renekton.
What a game, what a finish. Carolina Black
Game.
clawing their way back into this game. They win this game, they end the series 1-1. CD Retirement Home are gonna be disappointed, but I think we have to give massive props to Klang on the Kaisa. What an impressive show.
Yeah, and just after this game, it's crazy. We had so many close games today. I'm so happy with the amount we had. It's just insane. The quality of the stream and the quality of the games. It's just back and forth permanently, and it's just so incredibly exciting to watch, and I'm very happy. So after this epic win from K5B, we're gonna go on a very short break. So keep in mind, try to stick with us here. We're gonna come back with an analysis, and we're gonna have a post-game interview. Lodestar Esports now coming over to this bear, and the Volibear seems to be first to be going in with the ultimate. Sejuani ultimate missing the backline completely. MF ult coming down, taking down only the Volibear with the Vi ult in the backline on the ADCs. The jungler's gonna go down. Be a triple kill for the way, maybe even going for a quadra. Welcome back. We are now chilling after the last game, finally, some respite. And we are here with Clang. Say hello, Clang.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, how does it feel winning that game?
Oh, it was such a crazy game. So back and forth, but it felt like we were gonna lose, but somehow we won.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of how it's been every single game today. It's just been back and forth and back and forth. How do you feel, especially carrying that game completely on your back? I feel like
No. Well,
yeah.
I felt so bad when Leona ulted me, and I held the cleanse because I was like, I'm gonna cleanse the Q, and then I missed. So I was like, okay, I just threw the game for no reason. But then somehow my team smurfed and got 2, so they didn't end. So, but I'm very happy they clutched that moment.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes your teammates do have to, do something. But I mean, I feel like you guys played really good. In first and second game, both teams played insanely well. I feel like it was really back and forth. It was really nice to see a bit of an even game. Looking back at the last season of SOL, I feel like there was a lot of games where it was just kind of a stomp on one side, and I'm really happy with the games today. They seemed really, really well matched, and it was really fun to cast.
Yeah, it was a really close game. The first one was, I felt like we just got hard out macro, right? They got like 3 turrets in 1 minute. And the second game we're like, okay, we need to slow it down. Don't make too many rotations, just stay in the lane. And yeah, it's a more even game and we scale, right?
Yeah, definitely. This game, I feel like even the draft was. I mean, the draft was more or less the same, but you guys had more options in this game. But yeah, macro wise, definitely way better this game, but really good still from both teams. I have to ask you now, what are your expectations for the upcoming season of SOL? Like, tell us a bit about your team. What are you guys aiming for?
We had really high expectations because we play good together. And then we started scrimming, and then we like lost every game. We had like 9k goal lead, 7k, and we just kept on losing. And then like 2 days ago, we did another scrim versus a really good team in our division, and we won 3-0. And so our
Okay.
confidence was like in the roof today, and then we just got stomped in the first game. So we were like, okay, we're just gonna come in last. But now we feel good again. Probably, we hope we make it to playoffs. At least that's the goal.
Okay, very, very nice. I mean, glad to hear. Scrims sometimes really make you feel a bit bad.
Yeah,
To be fair.
we got so stomped every game.
Yeah. Okay, and now I have to ask you, is Kaisa your favorite champ?
No, I mean, like I played Raven the most, right?
Oh,
But
that's why the ban was
yeah, I
made.
don't know. They banned like our comfort in ADC and mid, but then it's like Kaiser's really good in what you call like competitive or like semi-competitive, right? Because
Mhm.
you if you play the mid lane, especially with Renekton, it's easy to find picks in the side lane. I think we did like 3 times this game on
I saw
Tristana.
that.
Yeah,
Very
Yeah.
standard play, yeah.
yeah. People don't expect it, especially from an ADC. So that's why we like to pick it.
Okay. Very nice. We're gonna go over to the post-game stats screen now. I want to look a bit at this game, especially the gold graph, because I think we didn't look at the gold graph for first game, or did we? I can't remember. Did we look at the first game gold graph?
No.
We didn't look at the first game gold graph. So we had one gold graph today from the previous best of 2. where it was a pretty like steep hill. It just went from nothing to a lot of gold into lose. So if we look at this gold graph that we have right here, you know, what do you think of it? It's a bit wonky. It's a bit up and down.
Yeah, we started the game really good, I think, and then
Yeah.
like Evelyn started popping off again. Like it's such an annoying champ. It's like a Twitch. She can be anywhere
sure,
and you're
yeah.
not sure, right? But yeah, well, somehow we won mostly because of the steal, right? But it's a miracle we won. They had what was this for like 5.5k goal lead, right?
Yeah, it was
They had
almost
So,
6k.
yeah, a bit of luck from our side for sure.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of luck and a lot of skill. That's what they say, you know. And I mean, looking, you guys are in the stats. Besides gold, you're completely even. At the end, gold is completely even. The kills basically even. Gold even. Towers the same. Inhibs the same. Drake's practically the same. It's just that one Baron that you mentioned, the 0 to 1 Baron, and that's just all it took for you guys to take the win.
Yeah, it felt like even when they had like 3 and at like 24 minutes when they have about 3k, that was after the fight. I think I got a triple kill and I think Orn got a triple when he killed me as well. So the goal was placed a lot better on our team because the tank.
For sure.
So
For sure.
even though they have a goal lead, right? It's more even, I think.
Yeah, we were talking about that on stream, that most of the gold is on the Orn, but he did do a lot with that gold, but in the end, right, if your carries aren't strong, your tank can't do anything.
Yeah, I think they didn't pick, especially when Tristana was behind, they don't really have consistent damage.
For sure.
So it's hard for them to get through our front line.
Yeah, and you guys played it very well. So just a couple of questions to end out the stream. Are you guys happy with the 1-1?
I mean, after the first game, 100%, but we really wanted a 2-0, of course.
Obviously, yeah, but the 1-1, you take it, right? After the first game, you're
sure.
feeling like, okay, yeah, we could use one. Okay, and then just a final question for you. What teams are you looking out for in Div 2? So tell me a bit about who are you looking forward to playing? Who are you maybe, a bit afraid of? And just the general like overview of your your division. How do you feel about it?
I mean, I think we're a bit lucky because in the other, like Group B, there's a lot of scary teams.
Okay.
But I don't really know a lot in our group, like the players. We scrimmed against some of them, but it's gonna be fun. But I think the other Group B have a lot of scary teams, like Silencio and Lundqvist Lightside and Power Int Gaming. So it's gonna be fun. If we make it to playoffs, it's gonna be very fun.
Okay, so before we get off here, we just want to look at a couple of the plays that we have ready here. So now that you've told us about the teams that you're scared of, let's look about a bit back on the game that we just played. And before we go to the game, I want to just say that we have a TikTok going for Lodestar Esports, and the link is in the Twitch channel, the Twitch chat. So look at that when you want to. We have some bangers coming up, a lot of content planned for the TikTok. A lot of it is going to be planned for the YouTube as well. We're going to have a lot of VODs on there, a lot of Instagram content and YouTube shorts, so be sure to check that out. But just the TikTok is going to be the main banger right now, so make sure to check out our videos. And now we're going into the game. So if we look at the first play that we have ready here is the Herald play. What do you think of this play? So I know that what happened here is the Leona moved. Actually, everyone moved. It was a full 4v4. So like, what were you thinking here? So what was your thought process?
Well, we were happy that because MF is a lot stronger than Tristana, and because I moved and she stayed bot. So for us, we're like, oh, it's a 4v4, we can win. That's why we kind of went in, but I was a bit slow. I really wanted to push in the mid wave, which was stupid, but it worked out.
Okay,
and
so
here,
this was you guys planning it. This was you guys planning it because MF was stuck bot lane with the Corki and she was the strongest member.
Yeah, so we thought that's worth for us, right?
Yeah, for sure it is. I feel like this was one of the plays that kept you guys in the game, right? You trade more or less even gold, but again, you mentioned it, right? Most of the gold for you guys is going onto you, and most of the gold for them is going onto the Orn. So overall, it's pretty worth.
Yeah, so for us this is like a 3-4-0, right? Because free kills on Orn doesn't really do anything. I mean, if he has 1 or 2 items, it's kind of the same. But on Kaisa 1 or 2, it's a big difference.
Okay, and then we have the next play, which is 27-25. Okay, and this is the play that you mentioned that is
Oh, I hate this.
very, very, very important for you guys. So, okay, what were you thinking here?
I mean, because since we saw everyone in our base, we were like, okay, we can just do the Baron. And then half of our team is like, oh, back, back, back. But then some of us, no, 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 we can def, I can def alone. So I recall here, which is, I probably should have stayed, but I thought Nautilus and Brand can do it solo, or duo. And I was really scared they were gonna end, so I just backed, which was stupid. And then, oh
Okay,
my
so a bit
god,
of
and he has TP.
miscommunication, you're saying.
Yeah,
So
no, it was
not
just my
really on
bad.
the same page.
Yeah, and then this is so crazy here. Oh my god.
Nice. Yeah. That's you said it was game winning. Well, why do you
Yeah.
think this Baron was so like game changing? So what's your take on what did this give you?
Oh, mostly it gives us time because I'm like I think this Baron alone gives me enough gold for Rabadons, and then we can farm bot wave safe for like 3-4 minutes. That's like 2k gold, and I managed to get another item as well. So just from this Baron we get 5 minutes free gold. We don't need to push. We can just farm. Since there's no soul as well, there's no pressure, so we just get free time.
Yeah, for sure. So basically just stabilizing the game, right? You guys got a bit of time to farm it out.
Yeah, especially since we scale so much harder.
Yeah, fair
Yeah.
enough. And the last timestamp we get to is 34 minutes, which is I feel like where you were the most stressed
No, I mean I
in this
troll here
game.
so hard because I think the Leona ult hits me on the like outer edge, so I only get slowed.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, no, no, she can't reach me here. And then she does with the E. Oh, she flashed.
And she
Hmm.
flashes in.
Yeah,
And
I
here you
thought
said that
I
your team carried you a
yeah, I
bit.
mean I thought I threw the game here, but then somehow we won. I don't know. Renekton bought so much time, I think, and then the brand
Yeah.
just crazy
Brand.
champ. Oh,
Yeah,
Leona
brand
almost
so
lived
much
here.
value.
Really good hook as well.
Yeah, this really kept you in the game, and it
Yeah.
kind of offset your mistake here. And then after this, if we fast forward it a bit,
Yeah, I mean, some I don't know why they stayed, because we had a ward in the raptor bush. We saw them because there's only two,
Yeah, and then
and
they
then
played a 5v2.
yeah, and we are spawning right. So we're like, okay, we have 5v2. We just fight them.
yeah, yeah, and you guys just take this fight, which I think is really good. You ult in, the MF tries to ult, but
Yeah, a
it
good pick
doesn't
from
really do
Nautilus here as
much.
well, and Renekton. Insta follow up.
As soon as she starts channeling her R, you're just on her.
Yeah,
Yeah, for sure. And then you guys just kind of walk in and end the game. There's not really much they can do. That's 60 seconds of two
yeah,
people dead.
yeah. It feels like it's not really our win, right? It's like they gave us the win.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you give the win, sometimes they give the
Yeah.
win. So yeah, that is the end of this game. Thank you for coming in. We appreciate the interview. Really good job in all of these games to everyone, to CDR, to you guys, K5B, Carolyn, and our main team as well. We streamed them. Really good games. Leo Esports, thank you to everyone for letting us stream your games and for promoting us on your channels. We're really grateful to absolutely everyone. And that's gonna be it from us here at the Lodestar Esports broadcast. We're gonna be back hopefully this week for some more SOL bangers. Maybe even streaming some Prime League. We have to get into contact with some other people. Again, I'm really thankful to everyone that came by, checked out the stream, messaged in chat, did anything on Twitter, just interacted with us, it kind of feels like 2 months of extremely hard work coming together to make something really nice, and I'm very happy to be part of this.
Yeah, thank you guys for the streams as well. Really, really high quality.
Thank you. We will keep doing them. So that's all from us here, and we will see you guys very, very soon.